HSC and section newsletter, so many other things in the past. Now, of course, we are allowing younger people to carry on with the business with our great mentor, Jayakrishan at the helm, We have full confidence in him. So he will attract more people and definitely give the right kind of advice for picking ideal problems as well as telling them how to cost effectively and quickly solve the problems that society faces, something like that from your own long experience. So
Yeah, it's appropriate today. There is a government change, even the election results, and again another 5 year we see some kind of some government will be there in India.
yeah,
So the first day itself we are starting. Maybe the governmental side also we see that how 5 years definitely these people are going to be there, and this could be given to them. This could be taken from them. That kind of thing also is possible, I feel.
yeah, right, right. And in fact, most of the South Indian state governments have been during the last 5 years and continuing to experiment in a different way of carrying out welfare projects as well as development in India. Totally different from the model that we perpetuated from the north. That has been one attraction.
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, may I start?
Yeah, on time, fine.
Thank you. So, greetings. This is Anamika Pashardi, Humanitarian Activities Coordinator of IEEE Link once again. And I welcome you all on behalf of IEEE Kerala Section to the second and final day of Students Humanitarian Technology Conference conducted by IEEE Kerala Section site in collaboration with IEEE Link and IEEE Kerala Young Professionals. Today, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the invited speakers and special invitees present here with us today. So for today, we have Mr. R. Elego sir as our keynote speaker. Then we have a plenary by Mr. Loanga Herbert, and we have Mr. Ahmdiswe Dan to share with us about his project all the way from Uganda, and project presentation by IEEE Hyderabad section as well as IEEE Kerala section, followed by a panel discussion moderated by Mr. Shabarinath Pillai, and as panelists, we have Mr. Anish Raje, Dan, and Mr. Mohammed Iqbal to share their quality and valuable opinions and arguments on the necessity of HAC to think and bring ideas beyond short-term projects. And as a cherry on top, we have a musical extravaganza by the musician and multi-instrumentalist, Mr. Anunand and team. So welcome to all the special invitees and speakers for the day once again. And just like yesterday, this is for the participants, just like yesterday, we have informals and competitions in between our sessions, and the winners stand a chance to win wonderful gifts and giveaways. So I once again take this opportunity to welcome all our speakers and our participants and wish you all a wonderful evening filled with knowledgeable and meaningful conversations. Over to you, Srihari.
Thanks, Anamika. Thank you for that critics. So for the very first keynote session of day 2 of Students Humanitarian Technology Conference, I invite Mr. R. Elengo, the founder of Crespo Village Self-Governance, to address our delegates. Sri Elengo grew up in Kuthambakam village near Chennai, where he grew up watching all the menaces due to illicit attacks in his poor village, particularly domestic violence and petty quarrels growing into violent group clashes. As soon as he became a chemical engineer and a substantial money earner, he used it to form groups to support and empower the people of his village. With his family's support, Mr. Elengo resigned his job in 1994 to become fully involved in the village development process. These efforts and hard work led him to the chair of the president of Kuthambakam Panchayat in 1996, which allowed him to formulate plans encompassing total development for his village. Now, the village is heading for a hunger-free status. In 2001, Mr. Elengo founded the Trust for Village Self-Governance to mobilize support and network in various panchayats in India. His constant efforts to bridge the gap between the people and technical institutions, the Panchayat Academy program connecting more than 600 villages, and many other initiatives earned him the Man of the Year award in 2013 by the Week magazine. He has been invited by countries like the USA, UK, Austria, Italy, Germany, Cuba, Bangladesh, and Pakistan to share his grassroots experiences. And now he's working with the youth of India to lead us into a better and secure future. Before passing my hand, let me make a kind of announcement. Participants may please use the chat box to raise your doubts or questions, if any, which will be answered towards the end of this plenary session. Welcome to the conference, sir, and over to you.
So I have to talk.
Yes, sir.
Good evening to all. I feel today something like the election results of the state, Tamil Nadu and Kerala and 5 other states, it's coming out, and it's a time for talking to youngsters particularly. I am not new to this IEEE's humanitarian technology meetings. I was part and parcel those days when it was really emerging in 2002. So I used to go to Hyderabad and talk, and even I went even to Punjab University when the department was established. I stayed there for a few days and again traveled across Punjab, and something like this I was sharing. Interestingly, the humanitarian technologies. I can say that I'm part and parcel, and I could be an example for this. The meaning of education, particularly the people who born in some backward areas like villages, even in the rich people, rich families or advanced families, somebody is going for an education to learn. To learn what? It is, the education is providing the knowledge to the person who is learning. More and more he is learning, more and more knowledge he is gaining. Because of the gaining of the knowledge, he is widening his thoughts process, his thinking process, his soul is widened. He is capable of seeing many things and assimilating ideas, and sometimes it is not just seeing the natures or seeing the beauty of anything. It's also to understand the problems around him, around his community, around in this country, or wherever he is traveling, wherever he is seeing, wherever he is connected, he is able to see the problems. When he is able to see the problems because of his education, particularly if he is a technically qualified person, that's why humanitarian technologies, and naturally, even if it is not a technocrat, and he is able to understand the problem, and he is able to assimilate the solutions for the problem. When technology is added in his soul, naturally, with using the technology, he will try to reduce this problem, or he will try to alleviate this problem, eradicate this problem. That is what the real meaning of education. The education is giving you the knowledge. Technical education is giving you the appropriate knowledge to solve some problems, whatever he is encountering, whatever he is seeing, whatever his community is facing. That kind of meaning is the real meaning of knowledge and real meaning of technology. That should be the real meaning of education. But unfortunately, the education means you get educated. The moment you get educated from 5th standard, 10th standard, 9th standard, more and more knowledge you are gaining, some kind of respect you are gaining from the community, or it is understood that more and more education means more and more respect, and more you are educated. That means once you are crossing your school final, once you are going for say college education, naturally because of the respect, you are going out of your community. That's unfortunate part. That's unfortunate part. It's a bad practice, we can say. It is absolutely a meaningless thing for gaining knowledge. So, unfortunately, in this country, or wherever you go there, wherever you live here, we have been accustomed that more knowledge you get, more qualification you get, you are going out of the community where you born. where you are meant. What is the meaning of the real education? I gain knowledge, and naturally, with the I am an empowered person. With this empowerment, I can go back because the place where I born, the community where I born, the place where I live, the country where I live, and people are suffering. There is poverty. There is problem. There is what is this now? So many problems are. It may be social problem, economics problem, and I am knowledged. My with this more knowledge, I can solve something, and with this vigor, I have to come back and do something for the community and in sorting out the problems. That's the real meaning. That's where the real humanity and humanity and the technology, if you are really combining, and naturally you will become a humanitarian technologist. So that's a beautiful idea. The IEEE has brought it, and really it was creating a lot of impacts. So long I was having good close contact with them. There 2-3 years I'm little away. So the real the starting point is I am educated, and that so that I gain confidence, I gain knowledge. I'm technically educated, so using the technical education technology and with my humanitarian views, with my strengthened soul, I'll work for my community. I see that the problem in my community, the problem around me is nullified, is removed. That's where that should be the meaning. That is the meaning. So when this is really it started working, it was started working in me. So the moment I passed my engineering, I started earning money. And the times when I understood the technology, when teachers talk, when I passed something, when I underwent say training, hands-on training with some institutions. So with all these things, oh God, this is happening beautifully. How this road is made like this, how the people are saving energy, how the water is reused, how energy audit is done, how the cost-effective buildings are there. So like this, oh, this could be taken back to my village. This could be taken back to my community. This could be taken back to my community in sorting out the health issues, in sorting out the sanitation issues. This kind of anxiety was parallelly growing when I was exposed for such things. So automatically, oh God, I got a beautiful technology, I got beautiful knowledge, and I was really counting the days. I have to go back and do something. I have to go back and do something for my people. So when this was growing more, a day came. It was interestingly, it was a coincidence that the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, he was contemplating to bring the 73rd, Panchayat Raj system. Unfortunately, he was out. So with Narasimha Rao, at last the 73rd, 74th Amendment came in. So with that, then Kerala, a lot of programs were going on in 95, 96, like that. It's a People's Plan campaign. Then I started seeing how the people are planning in the village level, ward level, village level plan, consolidation of the village level plan, then budgeting, then prioritizing. So this experience. So the Panchayat Raj, the gained technologies, then exposure and in learning variety of things in the laboratories, in the institutions, wherever I got exposed. Then the exposure of people sat in Gram Sabhas, people sat in Ward Sabhas and started preparing the plan and prioritizing 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, and 5 year plan. This gave me the anxiety, created anxiety in me, and I went back to my village when the actual Panchayat Raj elections were declared in 1996. I went and I called a Gram Sabha type of meeting in the people, and I asked them, this is a beautiful system is coming in, 73rd Amendment, Panchayat elections, village level plan, everything I explained. But everybody, they were listening, and they also, the anxiety of them also got increased. But who will come? Who will contest? Who will become the president of the village? That again became a political question. I was not a politician, but then if I was not asking the question, automatically some normal politician would have been elected. So, but I put the question with the youngsters particularly. This is such a beautiful thing. This is the scope available with the panchayat. So, why can't some other people can come? Then at last it ended with me. Then people told only you can do. Then I somehow I counseled my wife and my parents. I quit the job, went back and contested in the panchayat election, became the panchayat leader. Then now I am a panchayat leader. I became the panchayat leader. Then I understood the role clarity of the panchayat. Like as a panchayat leader, there's a council of wards and the Gram Sabha sat in the people, sat with the people and understood I got a very good experience of seeing people's plan campaign and Gram Sabha and Ward Sabha plans. Then I also worked with the people and made a nice plan and plan, budgeting, prioritizing, everything started coming in. One by one, we started working with the people, people's participation, government money, panchayat money, like that. We started solving one by one, one by one, one by one. In few things when it was solved, which was kept unsolved for 100, 50 years, then people started understanding fantastic. That kind of emotion joined with us, and people also started pouring their support in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. And this village was one of the black spot village in the state, which was social problems and community problem, caste problems, economic problems, illicit Iraq type of negative problems, police, uh, bribe, and so many things. And we started addressing one by one, one by one. In 5 years' time, this village became a model for by eradicating all these things, and it became a model for the state those days. Then the chief minister adopted that as a model. And again, I was re-elected in 2001. And whatever left over in 5 years' time, that was continued. And again, that was the time I thought, like a good soul will never sleep like that. Oh, say out of 12,619 panchayats, this panchayat, when I tried, it was possible. It became a beautiful model, not only model for the government or the world, but yes, all my problems, by face, we eradicated it, and we saw the face lifted village. And poverty, it was addressed. Housing, it was addressed. Sanitation, it was addressed. So then I thought, okay, when this is possible in this panchayat, why not in other panchayats? This is actually in Tamil we call Ullathil Nalla Ullam Urangadi. A good soul will not sleep. When this is possible here, why not in other place? That kind of thing. So I will just go through the slide. Please wait. And yeah, so what I in 5 years it became possible. So when this is possible in this village, why not in other villages? So that kind of thing, I second time when I got elected in 2001, 2006, I started traveling across Tamil Nadu and started catching hold of good panchayat leaders. Those who started doing on their own way, variety of developments have been done. Then I started networking such people. I organized around about 150 outstanding demonstrating panchayat leaders and federated them. For them, I designed a system called Panchayat Academy. It's a platform to share good practices among good people, good panchayat leaders. Sometimes one leader may teach something, sometimes other leaders will learn from other leaders, something like that. So it became a cross learning, and it became a very good thing. For that, I was given Ashoka Fellowship, Ashoka Foundation. So that also became a good thing. Like I even started working beyond Tamil Nadu. I started traveling across the country and catching hold of this kind of model panchayats and learning. And that it was going as a program called Panchayat Academy. So here, yes, in the basic things, now the real humanitarian technology thing, now it starts. Originally, my problem was solving the infrastructure issues. Okay, good roads, good drains, another thing. Other thing, then housing. Poor people living in huts, unsafe conditions, and okay, providing technologies and borrowing technologies, using the conventional technology, using the conventional money from the government. We started using improving the houses. So when all these things are almost done, yes, in 5 years time, 4 5 years, and a lot of money which came in and it was given to the people, and illicit arak distillation was stopped, all illicit type of livelihood handing, those things were stopped, and the panchayat money was given in the hands of people, and they utilized this while making road, while constructing houses, while digging a canal, deepening a ponds, and some kind of livelihood was going on. After 4 years, and all the money was exhausted, and it became standstill. It was struck. So the passion or the peace which was existing among the community, again, it became a question. How long? So what the need of the hour was the sustainable employment. People should get employment to work and to earn their food, to earn their money for sending the school, I mean, money for sending the children to school, some kind of thing. So the livelihood securities, what will ensure them to give the employment, I mean, sustainable employment. Let's say it's a question of sustainable employment, like some 100 days work has come. Okay, this is only 100 days work and a small money, which is preventing the people from starvation. This 100 days work or Mahatma Gandhi, MGNRA will not solve their problems, will not allow them to progress. It will allow them, it will prevent them from starvation, maybe. But beyond that, a lot of things are there. They have to, they must be capable of meeting all their requirements. At the same time, they must be also capable of putting some money in their account. Some kind of small saving must be there. If that comes to that level, then it is good. So then I started working around. Then I met even the chief minister, the then chief minister Karnanidhi, or the next chief minister Jayalalitha and all. All of them tell whatever the government knows and it is doing something. It is people like you. You have to find a solution. Then you demonstrate. Then we are prepared to replicate it or anything. So that made me to run pillar to post of understanding technologies. Again, the humanitarian technology comes in. Technology means it's a little complicated one. Technology means it's beyond the average level and beyond a village man, beyond a 10th passed man, or 10th failed person, beyond a farmer. So it's a technology. So naturally, technology means he's a technologist. He's a highly qualified man. The technologist, the moment you become a technology, you gain the technology, you will not come back and encourage the lawyer man, or encourage the grassroots people, or empower it, or sharpen the technology, whatever is going on with the modern technology you gain. So that's where the humanitarian technology comes in. So I started running here and there, every IITs or every CSIR laboratories or any NGO run laboratories. When I went there, it's a technology. It's technology for a common man, not for a common man. Though it is designed for a common man to solve the common man's issues, but it never come down because the common man has not been empowered in such a way. He will search for this kind of thing. So naturally, the technology developer, he feels, oh, these fellows, they will not understand. Even the CSIR laboratories, some food technology laboratories. When I went there, Ilango, this is beautiful. It's a lemon. How to make a nice pickle? Tomato. How to make a ketchup? But when you ask the technology to them, no, it's dangerous to give all these things for the village women, village man, because it's complicated. No food, no. So that kind of fear, that kind of aversion, that kind of distance was there. Then I started sitting, I started working, I started even establishing a small technology resource center to understand the technology, to modify it, to demystify it, to scale down it in such a way this could be taken to the community, this could be taken to the common man who is at the bottom, who is the premier, who is the prime person for even the survival of the highly qualified people at the Chennai or whatever cities. But unfortunately, there was no connect. So interestingly, the Panchayat Academy and me, and we started working, developing something like appropriating the technologies to make it as a bridge between the technology and the common man. So that's where I thought, then I felt it is really, when I started working with the IEEE, this is what they call humanitarian technologies or anything. But in my own way, in a normal or very in a village man way, I understood, oh, this is the way I started solving problems one by one. And then I understood, oh God, this is the real economics. That's where economics, generally what people will feel, economics means it's Alfred Marshall, Adam Smith, Keynes, and so many things. But here it's an economy of permanence. It's an economy of Kumarappa, Gandhi Kumarappa things, like it's economy. It is not like, it's not, this economy is not for a mass production, and this economy is for production through masses. And this is a fantastic slogan. by Gandhi. The problems of this country cannot be solved by mass production. It could be solved by production through masses. Then production through masses means the efficiency and so many things, the viability, it all comes. Then work out something. It is possible to scale down, modify, demystify technologies in such a way it becomes a viable, versatile technology for a common man with the local resources. So I really worked a lot and found a variety of technologies and established variety of manufacturing systems. So that's why now I know the grassroots power of the democracy, then the planning process, empowerment, and technologies and resources. Fantastic thing is these technologies not designed for catching something from sky and making something and exporting. These technologies are resource based on the local resources, local skill for the local people and for sustainability. And when this is sustainable, naturally, it's a horizontal spreading. Like this will go to Chennai, this will go to Trivandrum, this will go to Cochin. So maximizing the horizontal thinking, maximizing the the benefit spreading horizontally, that kind of thing. So now I thought, okay, now I'm a known person and I got a established technology center here. So what I feel, and then I became a close friend of Kalam and so many things. Then Kalam used to tell, Ilango, this is fantastic, but I feel the real meaning of Swaraj, Gram Swaraj, is possible. Even the panchayat, even the village, they start producing their own electricity. So right from cotton to the dress, electricity to water, and all things are available. Many things are available. Almost many things are available in the villages. So only thing is the complex of we don't know anything, we don't have anything, everything is there. That kind of complex has to be nullified, has to be removed. For that, this humanitarian technologies and the technologists or the people who are undergoing the technology learning, if they are understanding the humanitarian technologies and if they are understanding the humanity and mixing it with this idea of humanitarian technologies, we can solve variety of things in this country. Interestingly, this solving and this emanation of this technology or development or this economy will be a sustainable economy, which will be a sustainable growth, will be the path for future generations. So now I thought after Kalam's demise, a lot of weight is on me. I have to contact a lot of youngsters, lot of children or something. So it's a need of the hour. I have to go around and penetrate to the younger community and tell the opportunities available in this the grassroots technology, humanitarian technologies are moving horizontally. So I think I can rush through the presentations. Next. This is not this showing something. One side I am showing the advanced growth of this country. Other side I will be showing the pathetic things. It is not to expose anything. It is just to, because we are connecting with the humanitarian side. The humanitarians, the pressure in us will make us to understand, oh God, yeah, this is happening. Oh God, this has to happen. This kind of pressure has to come. For that, it is nothing to expose ourselves, our poverty, other things. No. Next. Yeah, education. Next. And roads and flyovers, miracles. Next. Dams. One side, dams. Yeah, it's a great achievement. Other side, people are even justifying these are all not required and we don't need such things. Even alternates are also there. That also should be thought in. Next. Yeah, the IT and other things. Next. The ship and all aeronautics and variety of things. Next. Atomic energy for good thing or other thing, again, what is the bad attached with this, and for that team of people are even protesting. That there's also justification in that. Next. Yeah, the metro rails, miracles, and really the joy of riding metro rails. Next. Yeah, technological institutions, IITs, and variety of private and government run excellence, knowledge, excellency. Next. Yeah, hospitals. I'm the witness for how the miracles of medical development, medical technologies, science has saved people, as is saving people. Next. Yeah, that was other side. But here, what is the reflection of this? There are still slums. This is a little decent slum, so you can say in Tamil Nadu type of slums. Next. And this kind of slums are there. We are not exaggerating, but we are not even projecting, we are exposing. No, it's again to understand, particularly the younger generation should understand these kind of things are also there. People are living here. Next. And the poverty, children, malnutrition, pathetic things are still there. Next. And hospitals, and now we are undergoing the trauma of COVID-19. Yes, still there is a struggle. Next. Open defecation. Government is involved. Government is trying to do something, but really we are in a pathetic conditions. Next. Poverty. Next. So that's why it's a high time with the technologies, with the humanitarian things, and with the knowledge, with the good soul, with a good soul. If the soul is good, imagine 130 crore souls out of the children, bar the very old people, at least 80 crore people, 80 crore people, or at least 80 to 90 crore young and affordable, workable souls are there. If we are thinking about including the people, including invest your knowledge, invest your humanity, invest your technology, and in sorting out the problems, absolutely it is possible to come out with a beautiful solution. So that's why inclusive growth, it should be inclusive growth. Again, talk, there is, it's a beautiful jargon, everybody is talking inclusive growth. Why this is not happening? That's where I see that this humanity, slowly the humanity, there is a humanity, there is a consciousness, your consensus consciousness there means naturally you will not sleep. You see that you are inclusive growth, you are seeing and you are including yourself in the movement. Next. So that's why instead of it's coming from the top all along, so it was coming from the top with a good intention. Something is designed at the top, but it was not reaching. It became difficulty. It's a truth. It will not work. Then what will work? The things will work from the when it is becoming a bottom up. People sitting with the people, sit with the community, understand the problem, make them to understand the plan. Automatically, with their participation, with the government, with the knowledge, with the technology, and people should involve, people should, the community should feel we will do this, we can do this. How to facilitate that? That's where the technology comes, that's where the humanitarians needed. So that's why it should be the bottom up approach. And Kerala is the witness for the world. Kerala is the witness for the world. Though I'm not in Kerala, the world should learn from the Kerala, how the Panchayat Raj system, how the grassroots planning, how the Gram Sabha, how the Ward Sabha, how the Palli Sabha, all these things started working in 20 years time, 4-5 years with the 73rd amendment. Kerala has done a lot. In fact, Kerala is the model for the world. And of course, same kind of thing in a small way I'm trying here. And I'm also working in hundreds of villages across Tamil Nadu. These kind of things are coming up. Next. So that's why when the technology, when the humanitarians are there, when the humanitarian technology people are there, it is called something like you are appropriating things. So automatically in a village level, that's a school, the technology. Here you see the drains. We used to make these drains. If it's a contract, if it's done with the random rubbles and all, then it will cost around 10 lakh means with the innovative materials available, local materials available, laterites available, broken granites available. So we started making drains, we started constructing workshops, we started understanding a variety of needs of the other things and making workshop in the village, even hospitals to run, roads to make, like that it started working. Next. So deepening the ponds, and see, if you are able to capture the rainwater and every drop of the water is captured and stored, and automatically water table comes up. Once the water is available, the fertility of the land is increasing, your agriculture increasing, your green cover increasing, and many of the local problems are solved. So the drinking water and the water harvesting, what catching the water. Next. And this is again another humanitarian technology. Like this is compressed yet mud block. It was developed by IISc Bangalore people. But now when I took a lead, and in fact, we took a lead. Our village became a demonstration piece, how the community can learn this. And we made millions and millions of compressed mud blocks. And all the huts in our village and in the surrounding villages have been upgraded into a beautiful small houses. Of course, you can see the lady who was living in a hut, now she has got a pakka house, and now we are in the process of expanding the house in a larger one, because the child which was 20 years back, it was a child, now he has grown, he's going to get married. So now we are in the process of expanding the house again using the technologies, the innovative cost effective technologies. Next. So, in fact, what are the areas the community can do, the panchayat can do, the local governments can do? There are, in the 11th schedule of the Constitution, 243G, you can see there are a variety of areas like, next, it starts from agriculture. It could be even drinking water, fuel, non-conventional energy, poverty alleviation, education, so many things. Next. This 29 areas, like even the caste issues can be addressed. So these 29 areas, with humanity, with technologies, if we sit and put our effort, we can arrive 100% viable small solutions. And once these are all done and demonstrated, and our country, our community, not only Indian, our country, our community means the community which is suffering. It may be in Africa, it may be in Malaysia, or it may be in Peru or Chile, then the solutions are available. The solutions has to spread, will spread, and yeah, the happiest community can be re-established. Next. So for this, I have keeping India, particularly even Kerala, it will suit. Here, if you are able, we are able to network panchayats. Panchayat is smallest governing body, but as per as government, it's the smallest governing body. It's a government. It's a tiny republic. Imagine 10 to 20 tiny republics, according to the population, if they join together, say a population size of, when we did the actual field research, demonstration research, we found about 130,000 population, which is in Indian Tamil Nadu context, it could be in 20 panchayats or 25 panchayats. In Kerala, the constipation, Kerala model, if we say this could be 5 panchayats or 6 panchayats. So this 130,000 population, if they come together and putting their needs and see that some village is addressing this, some village is good in grazing, and it makes milk and other things. Some village is good in weaving, say they take care of cotton. Some village good in masonry and other things. They take care of the building materials, and some villages good fertile lands and river, so they can concentrate on growing things and food. So cross exchange, do the value addition process, cross exchange. There's a beautiful economy. I can say that when we did the research, just by addressing the 1 crore 30 1 point sorry 1 uh, 1,30,000 population, we are doing a turnover of, we can do a turnover of about 10 to 12 crores in a month. So the surplus of this community can go to the towns, and whatever cannot be done by the community can be imported from the towns. This is the real export and import. So this is almost horizontalizing this economy. This is called, it's called network growth economy. Something like a Gandhian model. Next. For this, what are the items? It may be rice mills, oil mill, tur dal mill, flour mill, or plastic, painting, mud block, hair oil, toothpaste. Anything can be done in this cluster. Next. These are all again candles, paper recycling, variety of things. If we are even making the batteries, lead acid batteries or small size of batteries for your automobile requirements and solar requirements and variety of things, then again beyond that there are a lot of opportunity for services. Next. Yeah, so instead of talking, I put a lot of effort and I made a variety of models and started working and arrived the viable operating packages. Next. Yeah, now I feel there is a self-sufficiency or self-reliancy. More than self-sufficiency, I can say sufficiency is a larger word, larger maybe phenomena. But self-reliancy, as much possible, yeah, we get everything. It is available there, it's not here. I give this, you take this. It need not be even a barter. It could be a common, money could be a common denominator. But the difference, the distance between the business, distance between the consumer and the producer is not too much. The distance is hardly 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. If the distance between the consumer and the producer is small, speculation vanishes. Automatically, where is the market? Market also will not be there. Market is the culprit. Market is the giant. Market is the one which is sucking the blood of variety of peoples. But here, market may not be there. That's consumer knows what the producer does. Producer knows what the consumer wants. If there is a small hick and consumer is losing something, the producer will come forward. Oh, you are losing, and I am getting something. Don't worry, I will help you. This kind of give and take will happen, and automatically lot of things can be adjusted, and the happiness will come. So that's why when I started thinking in my own experiment in Kutambakam, I found, okay, infrastructure is done, water is done, housing is done, agriculture is done, education is done, livelihood is done. But it has to happen in all 6 lakh villages in the country. Then it's a big job. So automatically we look for youngsters, automatically we look for the professors, we look for educated people. Here with the humanity, with the technology, if they come in, a lot of things can be done. That's what the reconstructing India with reconstructing villages. That was the Gandhi's wish, and that was the real Swaraj with Gram Swaraj. Next. So when I feel now by this time, I started all these things when I was 32. Oh, now I'm 60, 61, and I even became a heart patient. I had a massive heart attack and so many complications. But now I feel, oh God, this much of knowledge, this much of possibility you are able to demonstrate, and this much of institutions, IITs, variety of things are there. With humanity, people are there. Only thing is how to approach them, who will approach, what the government has to do, what the governing has to do, that kind of things are. This is a little complicated, but it is possible one. So that is a huge process. So that's why I feel it should be decentralized. So who will be the barriers of all these things? Naturally, youngsters. So yes, elderly people, grown people, even little experienced old people or anybody, people are there. They are happy to share the knowledge. Only thing is equip the youngsters. That is instill the anxiety to the youngsters to come forward to understand. That's where the humanitarian technology comes, and the children who undergo, the professors who teach that, and they are excellent people to listen all these things, to understand all these things. So I thought in 10 years time, by 2029, I feel at least I will be happy. I don't know till 2029 I will live or not, but I feel 2000 panchayats to in Tamil Nadu, to 20,000 panchayats across India, if they understand, if they come forward, they demonstrate as clusters, and this will sweep and this will create an impact and which will sweep it. For that, again, youth power, youth commitment is the need of the hour, I feel. Next. So interestingly, anyone thinks about all these things, there's a goal and other thing. And please just refer the Sustainable Development Goals. It's really I'm an atheist and I don't have faith in God or anything, but it's a great opportunity. Somehow the UN type of people from MDG was a bigger one. I had no faith or I had no interest. But when I came across the SDG, fantastic ideas. Please go through the 17 goals. No poverty, And who is the unit for the demonstrate this? Country is the unit as far as UN is concerned. India has signed, countries have signed. No, I feel from country, even the state should not be the unit. Even below, even the district should not be the unit. What is wrong in making panchayat as a unit? Panchayat as a unit, again, even from Panchayat, I have designed program for family as a unit. Imagine every family as a unit, they come forward, no poverty. The family has to work on declaring no poverty. Yes, we can work out strategies. And some families right now they can declare no poverty. But many families, if we work out, if we chart out the programs, if you chart out tracking procedure, chart out programs and plans and track it, naturally no poverty is possible in 1 year, 2 year, 5 year. No hunger is possible, and good health and well-being, yes, it is possible. We will design programs, we will make a plan and make a calendar for each family, and the family has to put this calendar and track it. So automatically, if they are tracking it and reaching the 17 goals, yes, our problem ends. And really, that's the time the noble world, the noble families, noble humanitarian things will come. For that, it's a need of the hour is the humanitarian technologies. Humanitarians with the technology is the need. Fantastic solution. Now I'm working a home as a unit. I have developed a calendar for the homes, and it's called sustainable SDG goal trackers, and the calendar will be tracked by the families and they will achieve the goal. Next. And that's why this is called tracker. It's called monthly tracker, yearly tracker, like that. We put the tracker plan and tracker for each family, and we are gearing up it, and see that in few years time, I will make at least 100 villages, 100 panchayats across Tamil Nadu. I'm happy. I was waiting for the election. I was planning to even come to Kerala and work with certain panchayats and give this tracking, and they will track and see that in 2-3 years time, these panchayats will declare we have reached SDG. Next.
Hi, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Like, it's almost time to
Yeah, I'm
conclude.
finishing. Now it's
Yeah, okay,
finished.
sir. Okay.
Yeah. Now, naturally, there is energy in me. There is passion in me. Like this, thousands and thousands of grown people are there. But the real force requirement is the youngsters. Youngsters are the hope. Next. Yes, they have to come. Then only they will lead, or we can lead. They can lead, or we can push them to lead, or we can lead, they can push us to lead. So it's a win-win thing. Then it's a horizontal thinking. Nobody is a boss in there. Next. Yeah, when this is possible, in fact, all the people who are listening this can simply put Gandhiji, not like Gandhian or anything. Gandhiji says there's a talisman, it's a secret. He says, whenever you happen to see a poor and try to put a question in your mind, can I do anything? What I can do to bring the permanent smile in this face? I do something, started doing something for that, and your problem will vanish and you will be the happiest person. Like this is a meaning of Gandhi's talisman. Work for this. Yes, there's a need for this in this country, in this world, and we have to work for this. Next. Yeah. So that's why with all these things, imagine, yeah, in my case, 20 years we have done, we experimented. And now I'm working for at least 200 villages. I'm hopeful if I'm alive, if I'm healthy, maybe another in 5-10 years, 2,000 villages. Yes, 2,000 villages if they roll, and this country will change. This state will change at least. Like me, like us, when we start working across the India, then there is a possibility of solving it in 5 years time or maximum 10 years time. This is the possibility, and it is in the hands of humanitarian technologists. I see that the warmth and glow of the development should be felt by a common man and the poor. When the energy of the poor, the neglected, and the marginalized joins with youth power, India will taste the Swaraj. So, with this, I stop it. Thank you very much for listening.
That was a very motivational and informative speech, sir. I would like to move on to the Q&A session, and participants, please share their questions in the chat box. Okay, so we have a question here. What was the sort of education or adaptation training that you had to engage in to get families on board with SDG tracker?
Only thing is, there's no question of education. The question of the educated. That's why often myself and Kalam, Dr. Kalam, we used to think. I used to talk to Kalam, sir. The grown people, as a grown, say 40 years plus father, mother, they may not be having. They will be having interest. They love this, but there's no time for them. They borrowed a money. They borrowed something, and there is a pressure on them for the marriage, a child, and so many things are there. So that's why it's very difficult for them to sit and realize all these things. Though they realize there's no time for them. They are already, they have to run the show. They have to run the vehicle. Whereas in the case of youngsters, they are educated and go through the SDG, put the plan. Say your own family, you see, okay, poverty, yes, there is gone. Hunger, there is no. Gender, yeah, in my family, gender is not the issue. In some cases, health and well-being, yeah, there's some problem. They put a calendar for your family, like, okay, in 6 months' time, this will be happening in my family. My father will become all right. My grandfather will be all right. Maybe in 1 year time, I have to track and see that in my family, the goal of third or fourth, like, health and well-being is achieved. So something like this. Then last 13 or something like 16 or 13 something, it's like my commitment, that is for green on the earth, under the water, on the earth. Yes, I will plant trees. I may be living in a flat, so I may not be able to but whereas I can go to my school and do this. I can go to my college and do this. I can go to my auntie's house and I can do this. Yeah, I have to keep on in planting trees and see that the tree is growing, more green cover, like water. I'm not wasting water. I'm recycling water. I'm not polluting water. That energy, such all these things. So I will reduce energy. I will do the auditing for energy. I'll go for solar as much possible. This kind of thing, particularly the educated people with your already ongoing education, fit this for your SDG goals and design the SDG tracker.
Okay, sir, got it. So we got one more question here. Can you tell us about the challenges you faced during your tenure as Gram Panchayat and how you tackled them?
Naturally, it's a very natural question. Naturally, challenges will be first thing, you are going with a challenge, like you are committed for your people. That's why I am not coming to start something in Trichur Panchayat. I am starting all these things in my own Panchayat. So I know somebody is raising something. I know who he is, why he is doing. That's where Gandhi and this sort of humanitarian things come in. I will not be getting anger. If he is scolding, uncle, why are you scolding? After all, I am trying to do some good things, like, you wait. If you are not believing it, wait. And if it's coming all right, so I should have a passion to listen to my people. I should not get angry, and I will do that. For that only Gandhi is here. Your humanitarian things are there. Your commitment is there. So I don't want to say anything like the challenge. The challenge is, yeah, your existence in the world is a challenge. That too, you are trying to address the challenge with your own community. That's why Panchayat is a beautiful unit. Go there, and after all, they're your own people. Maybe in 1 month you are able to solve something. In some cases, work for 6 months, you will solve it. And if you are not solving, if you are not capable of solving this in your own Panchayat, absolutely we can challenge that you will not, you will not solve anywhere. If you are solving anything anywhere, this is not as we expect or anything. So that's why the question of something like what challenge. But if you are a young boy of 10th standard boy, you will not bother. Come on, uncle, we will jump. Whereas in the case of you become an engineer, oh, uncle, how to jump? Because your age, I mean, you are grown, and your anxiety, you want to live safe. That kind of anxiety is keep on growing. So that's why demystify all these things. No challenge. Have a passion to go and walk horizontally. Then automatically think. That's where the humanitarian technologies, humanitarians, you are there, no? You will think horizontally, then you will undergo, you will face something. Gandhi is there, Buddha is there, Jesus is there. Okay, excuse them, go there, go. So you will try, and you are also learning from people like us. So that's why for us, which took 20 years, for you, you are from the learned people you are taking, it's a cakewalk. It will be a cakewalk.
Okay, sir, got it. That's what actually a leader has to be, right? Yeah, sir. Okay, so taking words from your talk, alleviate the problems using technologies is what education meant for. Exactly, that's what we need as an engineer has to be here. And taking words of Gandhi, like problems of this country cannot be solved through mass production, but only through production of masses. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for taking your time to join us today and for having a meaningful conversation with us. As a token of gratitude, we present to you a virtual memento on behalf of Team SHTC. We look forward to seeing you bringing about remarkable changes for the people around you. Thank you and all the very best, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good.
Over to you, Bharat, for the next session.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. For the second keynote address today, I would like to invite Mr. Lavanga Herbert, the chairperson of 2021 IEEE Site Steering Committee and a member of Humanitarian Activities Committee, to step into the spotlight. Mr. Herbert is the co-founder of Logel Group Limited, an IT company based in Uganda, and the co-founder of Logel Science Foundation, a civil society organization which conducts research and development in the field of science and technology. He has made several contributions within IEEE community, which includes co-founding the IEEE Uganda section and implementing humanitarian projects and programs in Uganda with IEEE support. Mr. Lavanga Herbert was also the beneficiary of the Presidential Innovation Fund in Uganda from 2000 to 2005, which allowed him to develop a variety of innovations to address corresponding community challenges, which were planted with the support of Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. Before passing my handle, let me make a kind announcement. Participants, please make sure to use the chat box for any questions or queries you would like to ask the plenary so that he can answer at the end of the session. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Thank you so much, everyone, and nice to be here. I'm indeed honored to join you today during this important event. I hope that this event will enable all of us participants to benefit greatly from the humanitarian aspects as we progress by making the various contributions in managing the challenges of the world, the challenges the world is facing currently. Hold on a second. In managing the challenges the world is facing currently. I also take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to be with you today. Wishing all of us a fruitful deliberations as I proceed to make my presentation. Yeah, like the organizer said, Lavanga Herbert, I'm the current 2021 IEEE Site Chair, and during my presentation, I'll take you through about IEEE Site and what it is all about for you to be a member of Site. Next slide. Yeah, this is the agenda that I'll take you through. Talk about what Site is all about, the brief history of Site, how Site is engaging students and young professionals, what volunteers are saying about Site, empowering IEEE volunteers in their response to COVID-19 pandemic. This is one of the key challenges the world is facing currently. I also talk briefly about the Site Day activities, and later on I'll basically conclude, and I will definitely call to action. And later on we shall definitely call in for questions and comments after my presentation. Next slide. What is Site? Yes, this is one of the questions that is frequently asked. Site stands for the Special Interest Group on Humanitarian Technology, and is a program and subcommittee of HAC. SITE is basically a network of IEEE volunteers around the globe that partner with underserved communities and local organizations to leverage technology for sustainable development. SITE has values, and these are some of the values that SITE focuses on. It focuses on sustainable solutions that make long-term difference in the lives of people. SITE operates through local volunteers and partners working with local communities, as well as SITE is defined by the fact that key leaders of the project are citizens or permanent residents of the geographical area in which the project is taking place. SITE also is only achieved through partnerships. Remember, when you are running any humanitarian project under SITE, it is imperative that you partner with other organizations or individuals through partnerships, starting with the community. For example, because usually the community is the beneficiary of the solution you are working on, it is very important that you partner with that community. Assuming you also need to collaborate with the government, or NGOs, schools, hospitals, companies, and others. This is really key for the success of any solution one is implementing, because without partners, it will be quite challenging for your solution to succeed. For SITE and its volunteers to be both effective and sustainable, continuous training and education is essential. We usually encourage this within SITE. Our members are usually encouraged to carry on with the continuous education as well as training. There are quite a number of platforms that we as SITE will recommend. One of them is the IEEE Learning Network. There are quite a lot of sources on that network. Next slide. Well, the IEEE Special Interest Group on Humanitarian Technology is a popular feet-on-the-ground initiative operating within HAC. SITE's global network of IEEE volunteers, partners, and with underserved communities and local organizations to leverage technology for sustainable development. SITE encourages its members to form groups that come together to learn about sustainable development, build relationships within their local communities, and implement projects that utilize technology to tackle key challenges the community is facing. Since SITE's inception in 2012, about 178 SITE groups have been established in 53 countries. In 2020 alone, HAC and SITE together awarded funding to about 101 IEEE member grassroots humanitarian technology and sustainable development projects using technology to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. I understand in 2020 there was a call as one of the opportunities within SITE and HAC. Usually there are calls for projects, proposals for solutions that are aimed at curbing community problems. So in 2020, over 101 projects were funded through SITE and HAC. There are over 16,500 SITE members throughout the world, and roughly 75% of them are student members and young professionals. This is quite amazing. Members who participate in SITE activities many times find it to be a rewarding experience that allows for gaining hands-on knowledge, improving technical skills, networking, and making a positive change within their local communities. And as you can see here in the seal at the top of the slide, IEEE SITE is an IEEE Foundation donor-supported program. Definitely the generosity of supporters allows SITE to continue empowering engineers to implement sustainable technological solutions to development challenges within their communities. Next slide. I'd like to share a brief history of SITE with all of you. As you have seen, this year's SITE Day theme was focused on celebrating 10 years of IEEE SITE. In 2011, the SITE program was conceptualized and inaugurated along with the IEEE Humanitarian Ad Hoc Committee. And in 2012, site launches its operations. 2013, site establishes a grant proposal process and awards its first grants to its members, In 2016, site reaches 100 groups and launches individual site membership. In 2019, site launched the first site week celebration was launched. The site fund of the IEEE Foundation was as well launched, as well as launching the site awards. Many of you might have read the site newsletter. You might have noted some of the site groups that were given awards for 2020. In 2020, the first IEEE Site Day was held, as well as a joint call for proposals with HAC for IEEE member projects in response to COVID-19. 2021, IEEE site surpasses 16,000 individual members, and HAC and site received a record of 156 proposals. This was great for one call for proposals. This is one of the great milestones in 2021 of receiving over 151 proposals. Next slide. These charts have been included to show the growth of site program over the last several years. You can see that in addition to growing total overall membership, we are also adding a record numbers of new members every year. There are IEEE site members in every IEEE geographic region. We have a very strong presence in region 10. I guess in the Kerala is in region 10, I guess, right? Am I right? Followed by region 9 and region 8. We are also having a growing presence in region 1 to 7. Next slide. What are site groups? Site groups consist of at least 6 members who come together basically to learn about sustainable development, build relationships within their local communities, implement humanitarian technology and sustainable development group projects that utilize technology to tackle key problems within the community. We also note that non-IEEE members are also welcome and encouraged to join the local site group. This is for purposes of the success in the solution, as well as collaboration and partnership. Groups should be affiliated with an existing IEEE organization unit, usually a section or student branch. Next slide. How is site engaging students and young professionals? Approximately 75% of all site members are student members and graduate members. This is very, very great. Many student members and young professionals are actively involved with site groups and on HAC project teams in their local sections and all student branches. For example, one team shared their thoughts after participating in a project. This was a really satisfying experience for all those involved. We gained knowledge, improved technical skills, expanded our network, and made bonds with the community. We encourage engineers, IEEE members, volunteers, and anyone willing to help implement humanitarian technology projects. We guarantee you will have a great experience. This is one of the points shared by one of the participants. Actually, they were also student members who participated in one of the site supported project. Next slide. The 2020 HAC call for proposals. I'll briefly talk about this. Next slide. Remember, this call focused on COVID-19. This is one of the key, this is the biggest challenge the world over is facing currently. And as site and HAC, we thought that the call for proposals should focus on this challenge as a way of encouraging our members to really come up with solutions that could probably tackle this challenge. The HAC site held 2 calls for proposals for grassroots IEEE member projects with a strong potential for immediate impact in the fight against COVID-19. Wonderful response of 229 proposals submitted, and HAC awarded about 101 projects in 29 countries in 5 IEEE regions. Hack and Site are providing ongoing support to these projects through communities of practice around common thematic areas such as medical devices, ICT, to increase project impact as well as member engagement and professional development. I would encourage each one of us to always look out for such call for proposals. Earlier this year, there was a call, and apparently Hack and Site reviewing those proposals that were received. And I think, I'm sure in the next couple of months, before the close of the year, there will be another call for proposals. I encourage each one of us always to take part, participate. If you have a solution that you think could be, that fits within the site and hack areas, kindly always feel free to submit in your project or idea for possible support. Next slide. These are the areas or the regions where the 229 proposals from 35 countries in 7 IEEE regions came from. Next slide. The results of 101 approved projects in 29 countries. Those are the countries that submitted in their proposals and they are funded. Next slide. Wow, development of communities of practice. This looks at bringing together projects by thematic areas to increase project impact, member engagement, and professional development. These COPs are usually led by experienced IEEE volunteers and looks at increasing information sharing between the related projects to speed learning, the learning curve. And as far as the projects are concerned, those are the key areas that the proposals that were submitted in focused on. 19 proposals were looking at medical devices, 29 proposals looked at ICTs, 24 looked at PPE and community sensitization, 19 looked at infection control devices, power and water were around 5, food and security were about 5 as well. Next slide. What was the response to 2021 call for proposals like? Call for proposals focused, this call as well focused on COVID-19, and volunteers submitted a record of 156 proposals from 34 countries and 5 IEEE regions, an increase of about 33% from the second call for proposals related to COVID-19 response in 2020. 84 proposals were submitted from volunteers affiliated with IEEE societies. 45 proposals were submitted from volunteers affiliated with IEEE student branches. This is great. 33 proposals were submitted from volunteers affiliated with MGA affinity groups, that is young professionals, women in engineering. Currently, these proposals, like I said earlier, they are being reviewed by Hack and Site Projects Committee. And I think in the next couple of days, weeks, we shall be getting feedback, update of the projects that have been able to be supported. Next slide. I'll take you through a spotlight of some of the funded projects so far. As these ones are basically proposals that were funded in the recent past. And we basically recognize the fundamental on the ground network engagement. Next slide. One, there's a proposal, this was in Uganda, actually from Uganda, my country. This project looked at protection for frontline workers in COVID-19 response. And the team composed of students and professional IEEE members from Uganda. And the project team members made over 3,300 3D printed full face shields based on open source designs. And the impact was like over 220 staff members were issued with face shields. as well as it estimated that several hundred more health workers in national referral hospitals will get to use these units as a way of controlling COVID-19. Next slide. The other project was in Brazil, and engineers assisting ventilator maintenance was the title of the project. And this project also had a team of young professional IEEE members from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And the project worked to repair hospital machinery, such as ventilators, and trained other volunteers to do so as well. They worked with local universities, professional associations, industry representatives, and the Brazilian government. This is one of the issues that I talked about earlier, a need for collaborations. As far as these projects are concerned, it is really imperative that implementers or members collaborate with local authorities, local organizations, as a way of really having a bigger impact. As far as the testimonials are concerned, in addition to helping to save lives, the IEEE members and non-members are getting the opportunity to learn about topics such as treatments being used for COVID-19 pandemics, patients, equipment maintenance, as well as test management, equipment care, safety, health, and monitoring. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Wow, this is another. Sorry, I think my connection is at times there is a little bit of delay from my end. So another project was from Indonesia, and this project was titled "A Nutrition Guide and Research Repository for Family Resilience in COVID-19." The team composed of students and professional IEEE members from Indonesia. In brief, the project team developed a platform and social media campaign for healthy nutrition and meal planning in COVID-19. This is one of the key challenges, as far as you know, with the lockdowns in our countries, many of our families, many of us had challenges in accessing really good nutrition. So this project really came up with a solution to curb that. The platform includes a recipe, repository, nutritional facts, and other tutorials. The campaign targeted a population with access to internet and social media, but vulnerable to misinformation and low nutrition literacy. What is some of the impact of the project? Over 90 volunteers grew their professional capacity through project implementation. More than 300 participants from the community participated in the webinars, social media posts. They received an average of about 70,000 exposure with 70,000 post engagements. Next slide. As you might note, these are all great projects that have been supported by Hackansite. This is one of the other great projects from India. The project looked at developing, I think, automatic soil monitoring and irrigation system for COVID-19 migrants. Again, the project team included student and professional IEEE members from IIT, Dhanbad Student Branch, Jharkhand, India. The project looked at designing a smart auto irrigation and app-based soil monitoring system with features including multilingual control Android app, permaless irrigation support, 24/7 monitoring, smart adjustments according to the environmental conditions powered by artificial intelligence. As far as the impact is concerned, the project was overwhelmingly promoted by both the national and local media, replacing older irrigation technology that led to water waste, encourages local residents to remain in Dhanbad area instead of migrating to other cities. Next slide. Wow, that's the entire brief about some of the projects. There are quite a number of other great projects. So, but as far as this project presentation is concerned, we only selected those. But there are others which are great that couldn't really fit in this presentation. Briefly, I'll take you through the IEEE Site Day 2020 activities. How can you participate? Just how can you participate? Next slide. Usually the IEEE Site Day starts on 28th April, and in this year's theme focused on celebrating 10 years of IEEE Site. IEEE Site is held to foster mainly the spirit of community for the global site network of over 16,500 individual members and 178 site groups. It looks at increasing awareness of IEEE Site and within IEEE. It also looks at promoting the opportunity to support site financially and celebrate the impact of site volunteers and groups are making. This year's IEEE Site Day virtual events included one, on 26th April, we had a Site Day opening session where we had the IEEE president, Ms. Cathy Land. We also had a hack chair, Mr. Sampath. I personally was also able to be present on that day. Two panels with ARC site funded project team members. This is one of the other virtual event that we had. We also had an IEEE hack panel which looked at delivering impactful member experience through collaboration. These are some of the events that one can always participate in, probably since many of them are like been already organized, so already finished. Maybe each of us should look at participating in many of these events in the next year. Next slide. Next slide. I was about to summarize, to finalize my presentation. One, how can you participate? Promote IEEE Day activities by sharing within your network. Attend the sessions as you are able. Support IEEE site financially with a charitable gift. For example, you can make a donation of about $10 to celebrate the 10 years of IEEE Site. That $10 will definitely make a very, very big impact as far as supporting such grassroots initiatives are concerned. Take the Site Day Trivia Challenge. These are some of the events that usually encourage one participate. You can as well share a site memory. Site memory usually encourage each one of us to share a 30-second video of your site memory. Next slide. Conclusion. What can you do now? Next slide. Call to action to our members around the world and all interested student branches. Develop professional and educational programs supporting capacity building for the development of engineering and technical professionals in parts of the world lacking the strong technical communities. We also encourage one to promote technically feasible, economically viable solutions and sustainable development practices in IEEE fields of interest. Explore IEEE's role in sustainable development practices and solutions, and identify collaboration within IEEE and IEEE membership opportunities and models. Next slide. Opportunities. These are some of the opportunities you can take on or seize. Publicize and site opportunities. Add site membership to your IEEE membership. Form a site group to access needs in your local communities. Identify potential opportunities for partnership, additional funding, replication, and scaling. Take part in the free online courses on the IEEE Learning Network. This is one of the initiatives I talked about earlier. That equip participants with a best understanding of humanitarian technology and sustainable development project topics. Let us know if you have any questions, please, and suggestions or ideas. Always feel free to reach us on that email, hackoffice@IEEE.org. Next slide. I thank you all for participating in this event. I also take this chance to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. Any questions, comments, kindly feel free to share them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So the chat box is now open for Q&A. Participants may please share their questions. Looks like, sir, we don't have any right now. So once again, thank you, sir, for taking your time to joining us despite the time difference in the time zones, despite the difference in time zones, and for taking time for giving us such an interactive and fruitful session. As a token of gratitude, we present to you this virtual memento on the behalf of Team SHTC. We look forward to engaging with you in the future, and we wish you all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, thank you so much.
Right, sir. So next we have a break session. For that we'll have a small quiz. So I'll be the quiz master for today. I'll just present the screen now. So if all of you could join the quiz, I'll just put the link in the chat box. So I'll wait till 6:28. So let's start. Yeah. So the first question. In the television series Brooklyn Nine-Nine, what is Raymond Holt's husband's name? So we have Kevin Holt, Kevin M. Costner, and another Kevin M. Costner, and Kevin Ryan. So the time is running out. 10 more seconds. Yeah, the time's up. So yeah, the leaderboard is, first we have Sri Lakshmi, and second we have AK. So the actual answer was Kevin M. Costner with the Z. Name the Russian mystic about whom an English song was made, and that song became an internet sensation in recent times because of the dance video. Make sure the name is in full letter. Like we need the full name, not just the first name. Please do make sure that you fill in the complete name, and if possible, in lowercase letters. So just a clue, this video became a movement too among the college students. So I hope you got the person, but the full name is required. That's the key part. So 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and it's over. Right. So the name was Grigory Rasputin, and we have Anjali up, but the rest remains same. So moving on to the next question. Rahel and Esther were the characters in which book? So this is a pretty easy one since the book is a pretty famous book. Oh, the pollings are so fast. The time's up. So it's actually, the answer was God of Small Things, and Anjali is first and Sri Lakshmi is second now. So yeah, moving on. The next question. So what is the pen name of the author of the Harry Potter trilogy? In this question, make sure you read the question right before answering. Just give it a second thought. Yeah. So the time's up. The answer is actually Robert Galbraith, not J.K. Rowling. Robert Galbraith was the right answer. J.K. Rowling was her actual name. Moving on. So this is connected to a comic character's appearance in a cinematic universe. Name the character. So the picture you see here is connected to a comic character's appearance in a cinematic universe. Okay, we have a low polling out here. So the time's up. So the answer is actually Thanos. The actual was actually Thanos, and you shall see why it was like that in the next slide. So the skin of Thanos, the color of Thanos' skin was actually the clue. So moving on. So in the TV series Friends, what is the number of the Monica's apartment in the pilot episode? In the pilot episode. So yeah, now we have Monu's first and Anjali Menon second. The answer was 5, which was later changed to 20 in the following episodes. So next up, dash was the phrase used by Argentina footballer Diego Maradona to describe the goal that he scored during Argentina versus England quarterfinals match of 1986 FIFA World Cup. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's over. So Yeah, still have Munus first and Anjali Menon second. The answer was hand of God. Next. So this is kind of like a giveaway, guys. Bring it on. Complete the series: Batman, Bruce Wayne, Superman, Clark Kent, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, Flash. So we have the options as Peter Parker, Barry Allen, Steve Rogers, Dennis Farfetch. This question is like a giveaway, I suppose. A pretty easy one compared, right? So the time's up. The answer is obviously Barry Allen. So we have Rocketman second. The rest remains same, I suppose. So Dash began in January 1996 as a research project by Larry Page and Sergey Brin when they were both PhD students at Stanford University in California. So this particular project or this particular research project is one of the most common used tool. Just a clue to help you guys out. I see low pollings out here now. We have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yep, the time's up. So the answer is Google. So yeah, almost the same. The top charts remain the same. So moving on to the last question. So which number will come in the top face? So this is a tough one. Yeah. Okay. So initially we had a lower polling. Now it, yeah, the time's up. Right. The leaderboard. We have got the Rocketman first, Albin second. So I request the Rocketman to send a screenshot of that winning page to site@ieeekerala.org to claim his prize. Thank you. So I shall stop now. I hand over the stage to Anamika for further proceedings. Over to you, Anamika.
Thank you so much for that fun and energizing game, Bharat. Now moving on. In the words of Thomas Edison, the value of an idea lies in the use of it. What makes our conference special is the presence of great leaders with outstanding ideas and the noble conversations they put forward. We are moving forward with a special session now. We have Mr. Dan joining us today from IEEE Uganda section to present to us his groundbreaking project and what we can learn from his persistence and hard work. Participants, I request you to raise your questions and queries throughout the sessions, if any, in the chat box, which will be answered towards the end of the sessions. With that, let me once again welcome Mr. Dan. Over to you.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Yes, Dan, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Dan. I'm Sigwe from Uganda section, and I'm very happy and glad to be part of this team. I don't know how excited I am, but I'm very, and I would like to share with you how we did our project, what were the challenges, and what we benefited and the impacts of the project. I'd shared with the slides. Should I share my screen or you can share the slides?
Just a moment, Dan. We'll be sharing it from our end.
Okay. So from Uganda, when we did very many projects, and personally, I participated in over 4 projects. 2 of them where I was the co-writer, and the other 2 of them I was one of the main participants. But of all the projects, the one where I got fully involved was this project that I'm going to fully present with you how we did it and how everything went through. Next slide. So our project was the hands-free door opening system, whereby we looked at building a simple tool that can be used mainly for opening doors. So very many projects were being done during COVID-19. So we thought about how can we also help as part of preventing further spread of COVID-19. So during the long run and research, we came up with this idea of the hands-free door opening system. And maybe you can go to the next slide. So maybe, as you can see that those are surfaces, highly contact surfaces like for door handles, they're used by very many people in the public for opening like public toilets, entering buildings, arcades, normal classrooms, normal offices. So we thought of people are wearing masks, people are washing hands, what other ways, but they again touch these highly contact surfaces. So what ways can we minimize on the spread? So we came up with that simple tool, which we called the hands-free door opening system, which mainly on the internet I saw some call it the hook D, something like that. So ours mainly would be used to open doors and close doors, press those ATM buttons, elevator buttons, printers. Yes, and then we did 2 designs. We initially had to, during the writing of the proposal, we had proposed to do 3 designs: the hook design, the elbow operated, and the keychain design. But we managed to do the hook design and the elbow operated. And then we produced over 800 pieces in which we distributed in very many areas in Uganda. Next. So we did the project within 3 months, where the best way we would do it was we assign different tasks to different members, and they find out how they research on the best way we can also do this. So we had people who were helping us in doing the designs, in researching what other people in the world are doing, how are they doing, what are the different ways we can do this. There are different kind of doors, how can we help? So that's how we operated for all the 3 months, assigning different tasks to meet people where we're going to distribute prior to the day we go there, and so many others. Those are part of the hooks we did, and you can see how they are just small tools. We use the local materials like developing from already coexisting materials, and we design something from people who do woodwork, 3D printing, and so many acrylic. So we use those within our reach, and we develop that tool. Next slide. So part of the challenges, as those who have engaged themselves with 3D printing, 3D printing takes a very long period of time. For example, the first initial sample we had done, something like this. It's a very slight and small material, but it took over 1 hour and 20 minutes to just come out to print this. So it was part of a challenge. Imagine you want to produce 1,000 pieces. How long would you take to produce? Yet each is taking 1 hour. And also lack of expertise. Personally, it was my first time to engage in 3D printing. and getting people who do 3D printing. And also due to COVID, some premises had closed, so it was difficult. And most people I worked with actually worked remotely. So it was hard, like 3D, and we initially wanted to do everything in 3D, but there was so much difficulty in the people who wanted to work with, those who have knowledge, and the time also it takes for one thing to be printed. Because, for example, for the elbow operated, we got this design. It took almost 3 hours to just print out this. Just imagine now you are printing over 100 pieces and each is taking 3 to 4 hours. So how long will you have to wait? So it was part of the challenge. Then difficult in movement, that was everywhere in the world because of COVID. It was difficult to move. Then some organizations refuse us to enter their premises. Like you go to a bank, they tell you can only stop at the reception, only few staff members are allowed. So those challenges. Then for the pedal and elbow, it was difficult to implement. One, elbow, the pedal required modifying the doors using from those existing doors. And then for the elbow, it involved designing. Very many doors have different handles. So that calls for designing. We failed to find a uniform way we can design like a universal model that can work on most of the doors. And very many doors in town keep changing in different places. You can design 5 for here. Next time you go to a different place when they are ready, when it's a different handle, and you have to make an adjustment. Then uh, delay response from organizations, like when you want to work with the Ministry of Health and you write them a letter, they delay to respond. They respond when the project is losing, when people are starting to lose, because at the very time when we started the project, very many people were fearing even handshaking, touching those surfaces. But when you take long, people start getting used. They started getting used to COVID, something like that. Like, they were not so much afraid like they used to be. Next slide. So some of the lessons we learned is ability to build and manage a project schedule. Like plan, if you apply, you are supposed to do a project within 3 months, how can you do it? And what is required? Because with all the difficulties we found, we managed to build it within the 3 months we had talked about. Then management skills is very difficult to manage a team. Everyone has a different idea. Everyone is telling you do this. Everyone is proposing something. So you have to manage what they're saying. Is it part of also the plan? Then teamwork, because we work together. I don't do 3D designs, but it's part of my team. Someone was able to do for us the designs. Then some of them were able to go to those areas and then get permissions. Then communication, very many members feel involved when you communicate with them. So whatever project you are doing, please communicate with the team members. They feel engaged. They feel they are part of the project. So then perseverance and success. It's one of the biggest lessons we learned here, because we had initially lost hope, because when we had initially thought we'd do the project with 3D printing, but there were so many challenges with 3D printing. But we kept on asking different people. Then until one of the last ones told us, you can actually do this project in wood or acrylic. Yeah, and when we tried it out, leather cutting, because within 1 minute you can cut about 5 to 10 pieces with leather cutting, as compared to the 1 hour of printing 3D. So through the perseverance, we ended up succeeding, because we had lost hope. Somewhere we reached and we're like, are we going to really finish this project? But when we continued, things worked out. And next slide. So one of the biggest success we can share with this story is that very many people doubted whether it's us who really did the project, because as we're a group of students and we are the first ones doing such, and And whenever we visited different offices, different environments, they kept asking us, are you the ones who developed, are you the ones who have come up with this? Are you the ones who are, how is the production process? How did you start? Who is leading this team? So it was something that really encouraged us as students, that we can come up with something and solve a problem to the community. And we are the first people almost producing this in our country. And we are very glad for that. We are like, wherever we visited, wherever office we went to, they were very appreciative and were very encouraging. And we felt like, yes, we can also solve something at the time of our need. Next. So these are some of the places we visited. We distributed over 800 pieces. So some of them included, because some of the places were not working during COVID, but some of these places were like TV stations, health centers, banks, and some organizations, they were working. So we managed to visit many of them, and at least some of them, including government authorities and bodies, we gave them samples of what we're doing. Though we did not get much response from them, but at least we gave them what we are doing. Up to now, some of them have never given us any response. So this is a part when we are doing some distribution. This was at the national broadcasting station. And if you can see very well, is my team members also distributing and also informing those members how they can use the system and how they can operate, how they can keep the tool state. Each individual gets one tool, something like each individual gets a tool which he uses for opening doors. Usually those handle, you look at the handles, those handles. So it is an individual tool. So after using it, you can sanitize it, you keep it, and it's your personal tool. Next slide. So some of the concluding remarks I can say, yes, we can, and we can help our communities solve their problems. It's a matter of coming up together and thinking. We think, because coming up with this idea, I cannot say I was the first in this world, or they were already there, but I thought of an idea. But when I went online, I found very many individuals already doing it. So I was like, oh, let me also do it, because if others are doing it, I can also do it here. So when I told my team members and we submitted the proposal 2 hours to the deadline, because we were like, we can also do it. So and we did the project, and it was very successful. We involved very many student members, and you can see that the recent proposals, there are very many student members from Uganda section who applied because they were inspired. Very many students also thought, hey, if Dan can do this, why not me? I can also do that. So this round, very many students applied, and also something I can say, do good work, because when you do good work, people appreciate at the end. If you have decided you are going to involve the students, you involve them, and from the beginning to the end, because personally, I like working with students. Whatever I'm doing, I like to work with us as students, and we do something the way it's supposed to be done. And despite the challenges, any challenges we used to face, we used to contact the IEEE side, IEEE hack, and ask them for their advice. Hey, we have failed to get this. And at the end, they ended up appreciating our work. Maybe the next. So this is part of my team members. Majority of my team members were women, 60%. Yeah, because it's part of, as this student leader at Chambergo University, part of my goals or motive is to encourage the ladies and the women and the young girls to join engineering, and also participate, not only join, but also participate. So whatever project that I'm carrying out or that we are carrying out, we make sure that the females are involved, and yes, and also we involve them fully from the beginning up to the end. Next slide. So that is the development stage that maybe I can share with you. We started with 3D printing, which is the first on your right end, that first one. So that was the 3D printing. So we did a sample with 3D printing. We did a sample with metal. Yeah, but the metal didn't come out as well and had very many challenges with the metal. We felt people who can cut it very well and comes out as the right, as something people can use, because this is something someone will have to carry every day. So how easy should it be? So then from there we went to wood. One of the ones in the middle is wood. We did wood, but Chinese would break very easily. So we thought it would be difficult. So we ended up, our final product was mainly acrylic. We used acrylic, though not very strong, but could be used on average. Like if well handled, can work up to 6 months. So it was our final stage. We personalized them with IEEE logos. So it was something like this. That was our final product that we rolled out to the market. Next slide. So that is the end. There's a lot we can share, but yeah, for the minutes that have given me, I think that's the end. So in case you have any questions that you want to ask me, I'm available.
Thank you so much, Dan. That was really intuitive and insightful to get to know about your project and all of your teamwork. But we have a question here. How did you manage to bring all the entire student group, as you said, for a 3-month period, despite this COVID scenario?
How I managed to bring the team. So during the time we had started our project, they had started releasing some, like freeing some members, like some work groups. And we are not very many, worked in a group of about, we did a project 11 people, but we usually used to meet maximum of 6 people, 6 students. So it was very easy to manage that and manage the number, and also maintain social distance when we are doing the project. We made sure we maintained all the standard operating procedures, and it's easy to manage a small team. This even in COVID, because it's like home, 6 people. It's like they are your family members. You can manage them. You can sit with the right meters apart. So it was a small team and an effective team which can work with us. The other members, some of them, like the people who are doing for us designs, couldn't meet physically because they were far. They would send us the designs online, would meet via Zoom or WhatsApp calls, and share the work via online.
Thank you so much. That answers the question. We have one more question regarding the cost of production of one unit.
One unit, it costed us like about it was about $2, like $2.3, like the final unit. Because of, but it would have been cheaper. It would have been cheaper, but access the areas which we opt to work with we're not operating at that very time. So we had to look for new partners. But usually that piece, because if you buy a full sheet and of acrylic and you can do leather cutting, so it may go about, it was about 2-point-something dollars, $2.3. That's the cost that we go through.
Thank you. One more question, that's the last one. What are the advantages of using this product over the sanitizers and gloves? That is something we would all like to know.
Some advantages. Sometimes we don't like sanitizing, like comes a problem. You wash hands. You are from you are entering a place. You wash your hand. You go to another place. You wash your hand. Like you're entering a building, before the reception, before the main gate, you wash your hand. Entering the elevator, you sanitize your hand. Entering your office, you sanitize your hand. So that repetitiveness, it can be avoided.
What about
From
gloves?
What about
Gloves that we wear on your hands.
like using gloves? Gloves means that if you're handling something else, you remove the gloves. But this, we put. You can put this is a keychain. It's a chain, like a key holder, so it can be part of your key holder. Like, so you can. It's more easier than that, and you can put it somewhere easily as compared to gloves, removing gloves, something like that.
Smart. Anyways, with that, we have come to the end of our session, and I take this opportunity to thank you for joining us today. And we are delighted to have gotten a chance to understand and learn from your project. I present you with this virtual memento from our side, and we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors too. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of the team. I think next year should be physical. We should do physical event next year in case. We pray everything goes on well. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone. I'm very happy, and I'll share with my other students that when they do good work, they will be invited next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. For the next event up, I request Srihari to take over.
Thanks, Anamika. Creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. Well, it's time for us to take a peep at the innovative projects undertaken by students like us from around India. A kind announcement: participants may please use the chat box to raise your doubts or questions, if any, which will be answered towards the end of each project sessions. So let's come up. For the first project presentation today, I call Shivani and team from Vignan Institute of Technology and Science of IEEE Hyderabad section to talk about their project entitled Telehealth Monitoring System in Rural Areas through Primary Health Center using IoT for COVID-19. Over to you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Shivani from Vignan Institute of Technology, and I'm with my teammate Harshvardhan, and we're here to present our project, Telehealth Monitoring Systems for the Rural Areas. This is, we have done the project under the guidance of our Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, who is our counselor and also an IEEE member, who has guided us. It's a real great project for us and great opportunity for us to explore ourselves. And basically about this project, we can say that at presently, we can say, even for today, there are many villages who doesn't have any medical facilities, or we can say like we have very less medical facilities to the villages, people who are suffering with or required for any medications. So for that reason, we are here to help them out for providing the services and medical expenditures, or like supporting them under the financial way, or helping them in extreme positions as such, I can say. So here the main motto is we are having basically three main things, that rural areas or villages we can say, and secondly I can say that our website, and thirdly we can say that doctors. Here through the website we are making every people to connect to the doctor using the village representative. I can say that if we consider like 4 to 5 villages, and every 5 to 4 villages, like we can say, they are having a village representative. Every village has a village representative who will get people to connect with the people, with the doctors. So if any people having any kind of or any sort of health issues or anything, they will be concerned to the village representative. this person will completely take the, we can say like, he will take all the data of the person, like he will check all the basic things like a blood pressure or oxygen levels or as such things. All the basic things they will check, they will monitor, and they will give the data to the website. Through this website, this data will be given to the doctors. Can I go for the next slide, please? Yeah, this is our key issue. Like hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
Yeah. So this is a basic issue, right? Why is basic issue? Like why we are going to represent our project only for the rural areas? Not only I can say, but at present state, we are first giving the trials to the rural areas, and then we will go for the further conditions. So here, the doctors will take the data or data lists which are being entered by the village representatives. Then these doctors will give the data, or they'll give the prescriptions if necessary, like for the basic medications. If there is an extreme condition or they require like high or more what I can say is in the extreme condition, like if person will need extreme conditions, like doctor will give the appointment, and these patients will be going to, or directly they will be sent to the doctors. And also in the extreme conditions, we can say that they will provide ambulances to the patients from the village through the village representative. So these implementations and the hardware and software descriptions will be described for you by the Harshavardhan, one of my teammates. It's over to you, Harsha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You may continue.
Yeah. Okay, can I go? Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, next one. Yeah, I'm going to give a brief about the hardware and software part of our project. We are going to provide a hardware components to the each and every villages in the rural areas. That includes ECG, blood sugar measurement, and we have SpO2, which is a COVID. Due to COVID, we are going to have a low oxygen levels, right? We are going to give that kit also, which are developed by Scrap. We are a team of electronic department students, and we build using the Arduino and basic microcontroller stuff, and we are going to give a kit to them. And another part of the project is which contains a software, it's a website where we can connect doctors to the villages. There will be a village representative for each village, and when a patient goes to that village representative, the village representative will register the patient details with all blood pressure, oxygen level, ECG, and blood sugar measurement. He will do that, and he will update into the website. When at the moment the details are updated, these details are gonna be received by the doctors. Now the turn begins for doctors, where they have to select the patients according to their what we say education level. If a patient comes with a problem or of a high blood pressure, this website will direct him to the necessary doctor, which we have volunteered. We have some doctors which are volunteers for this project, and they are going to be in touch with the patients. Can I go to the next slide? Yeah, these are the key activities of the project. One is medical IoT kit, which consists of a BP machine and blood oxygen level machine, ECG machine, and which are totally digital. And we are going to train the VR such that they can easily monitor the situation and taken care of. And we are going to we developed a website, and we are going to update the website soon. Can I go to next slide? Yeah, this is the blood pressure machine, which is purely digital. There you can see it's a Arduino, it's a power bank, and it's a blood pressure module. And this is a temperature measurement device which is contactless totally, and it's it can be used using IR sensor. Like the one which we can get from market, that is too costly, right? This one we can do it in 500 or 400 rupees. And the right side one, which is a ECG sensor, using which we can get the digital output from that. Okay, next slide please. Yeah, this is the UI based website which we were talking about, which named as a service for people, which can be open 24/7. Like you can go to the VR, and VR will update the details in the website directly. Next slide, which is UI. Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, you can register, you can log in. Based on your details, your some of the basic information will be asked. This thing we have developed using HTML, CSS as a front end, and we used a PHP and MySQL as a backend tool. Next slide. Yeah, she's Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am. She coordinated us to do this project. And next slide will have the team. Group of 12 members. We done this project. And this project is very economical. Like we can have hardware for 2,000 to 2,500 rupees, and for whole website, it costs around 2,500 rupees for both hosting and domain. So it's very economical per annum. Thank you.
Thank you for providing us with insights to your project. Participants can share their queries now. Okay, so we have a question here. How are the body parameters monitored? Is it by the patient itself? Can you explain how is the patient connected to the doctor?
Yeah. The body parameters are measured by the VR, which we have mentioned, village representative. That village representative have a database, like whatever the patients that have arrived to him, he will maintain a database, and he will update, he will check the blood. Suppose if a patient has a high blood pressure, he will check the blood pressure of the patient, and he will update the blood pressure of that patient to the website, so that doctors can connect through the website.
Okay, I hope the doubt is clear. Any more queries? Okay, I guess that's it from our side. And yeah, once again, okay, just wait a minute, one more question. So have you assigned specific doctors to monitor this?
Yes. We have assigned, we have talked to 3 or more, 3 to 4 doctors, and they have said okay to volunteer this thing, and they have assigned, they are assigned some roles. It's just part-time for them.
Okay.
You can see the website actually. We can provide the URL in the chat box.
Yeah, please, you may, so that. Yeah, we got it.
Yes.
Are you students from computer science background?
No, we are students from electronics and communications.
Oh, electronics and communication. Okay, that's nice.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I hope the questions are done. Like, we can just wait for a minute too. Like, any more questions pops up?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess that's it. So once again, thank you for taking your time to join us to talk about your valuable project. And yeah, we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the next session, we have Akhil Raj and team from Amrita School of Engineering from IEEE Kerala Section to present about their project. And the project is titled Tele-Operated Wheelchair with Negative Pressure Isolation Hood. Over to you guys.
First of all, thank you for having me and my team here.
Yeah, welcome guys.
Welcome. Okay, first of all, thank you for having me and my team here. So, and see the presentation. Should I present? Hello.
Yeah, you may present. Yeah.
I'm Akhil Raj. I'm representing Humanitarian Technology Labs in Amrita University, Kerala. And actually, I don't see the presentation yet. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
I don't see the presentation.
Just a moment. The host is letting you.
Okay.
Can you try presenting once again? Share your presentation.
Yes.
I guess you can go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me. My name is Akhil Raj. I'm representing Humanitarian Technology Lab in Amrita School of Engineering, Amrita University. So, as all of you know, the spread of coronavirus is at this peak, at its peak now. So, today itself in India, we account for over 4 lakh cases in just 24 hours. And with a all total of 19.2 million cases and more than 2 lakh deaths in all over. As this number increases, hospitals are forced to accommodate more COVID patients, which leads to a very difficult situation for them because the mobility of the COVID patients are very difficult since the patients often need to travel from isolation wards to various labs for tests, different tests, X-rays, scans, like etc. So the mobility of the infected will be difficult for hospitals since the moving source of infection. And as part of Humanitarian Technology Lab, we found that a teleoperated wheelchair with a negative pressure isolation hood will solve the problem. This can be used to transport COVID patients from COVID patients or any patient with infectious diseases using a teleoperation control. It helps rapid and flexible isolation transport, and the negative pressure is maintained in the hood for proper breathing, and the air discharged from the filters, discharge from the ventilation is properly filtered, so to ensure no harmful pathogens are spreading out. These the different stages of our product building. First is an image from the workshop where we assembled our mechanical parts, and you can see there are two mechanical metal frames attached to the hood and attached to the wheelchair, and the hood is tied to it using Velcros. We use hood fixed using Velcros so that the assembly and disassembly of the product will be so easy. Over the second image is took it from our lab, and you can see the white box on the bottom is the ventilation unit with the HEPA filter we customly made for this product, and the filter is fixed very low because of the stability factor of the wheelchair, and white flexible tube is used to connect the filter to the hood, which is useful to maintain a negative pressure at all the time inside the hood. For the intake of the hood, we use a material like similar to a material used in N95 mask, and the ventilation unit acts as the output of this air, so that when the air comes out, it will be well purified, like sanitized, and the overall system is helpful in maintaining a contactless transport of the patients throughout through the hospital environment. The filters help the constant airflow and even maintain a negative pressure inside the food. This is a final product, and one more thing I like to mention is like our wheelchair is used to the joystick, wireless joystick, so that the operator or the caretaker doesn't need to physically have contact with the wheelchair to ensure the transport of the patient. And this is a demo video. One minute. Okay, this is the demo video, and it's the wheelchair itself. This is the actually this is we didn't test it that we don't have a video testing with a COVID patient. So this is our lab test going on. This is the HEPA filter we are talking about. We use this. This is our first model. We tried with the wheelchair with just joystick control to ensure the comfort of the patients during the transport. This is the actual test done in Amrita University, Amrita Institute of Medical Science, Kochi. And this is not a COVID patient, still is a patient with mobility issues. And we are not allowed to take videos of COVID patients during the transport. So this is what we got as a test result. Okay, to conclude, we have successfully designed and implemented a native pressure isolation hood in a wheelchair, and the customized HEPA filter helped to successfully test it also in the Amrita Institute of Medical Science, Kochi. And, that's all from me, and thank you for having me. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Sorry. Okay, that was a wonderful project from your side, Agil. That was brilliant, actually. Yeah. Thank you for your engaging presentation. Let's move on to the QA. As you said, participants may use the chat box to ask the doubts. Okay, we have a question here. What is the overall cost of one module? What is that negative pressure isolation hood?
Negative pressure. First of all, a negative pressure isolation hood helps the patient to breathe a little bit easier than the normal pressure, normal atmospheric pressure. So we constantly monitor the atmospheric pressure inside the hood to maintain a negative pressure of -5 from the atmospheric pressure. Negative -5 Pascal, so that the patient could breathe easily.
Okay. And the overall cost of one module?
Mostly around 40 to 60,000. It will be costing for one module.
Okay. Like about the pressure, how is that achieved? That is -5 Pascal is like, how is that achieved actually?
There's a negative pressure sensor from Siemens we are using for this project. That will ensure that's a differential pressure meter. So it will compare the pressure with the outside and inside the hood, and it will give us a value of how much it is, how much pressure it's inside the hood.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. I hope that was answered clearly. And any more questions? I guess, and I guess that's it. Yeah. But anyway, that was a brilliant job from your part. That was absolutely brilliant. Yeah. And yeah, once again, I would like to thank you for taking your time to tell us all about your exciting project. And we look forward to seeing you bringing about a lot more innovative projects as well as products. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Until then, thank you and all the very best for your future.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that was Akhil, and yeah, that was a brilliant project actually. Okay. Now for the very final project presentation for today, I invite Tinu Benny and team of Model Engineering College to tell us about the project. And the project is titled Non-Contact Measurement of Body Parameters. Welcome to you guys. Tinu, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Carry on.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Catherine Joju, and my team members, Tinu, Vibita, and Carol. We are from Model Engineering College, Trikakara. So, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for inviting us for this conference. So, our project is automated COVID screening system using non-contact measurement of body parameters. So, the purpose of our project is to develop an automated system for the non-contact measurement of the vital body parameters. So here we are using real-time video acquisition and image processing techniques. So we know that in the current situation, we are only monitoring body temperature alone using the non-contact methods. So in this fast-spreading corona situation, non-contact methods like infrared thermography should be applied not only for body temperature, but also for other vital body parameters like heart rate, respiratory rate, and oxygen saturation. So, multiple vital sign screening is actually the need of the hour. So currently only body temperature is being used for screening. So when you are incorporating multiple parameters for screening public, it becomes more advantageous than temperature detection alone. So some of the applications where this can be used is in interstate travel, we can screen the general public, or it can be used at the entrance of hospitals, public transport systems, shopping malls, etc. And even in the post-COVID scenario also it can be used. And also as a contactless pulse oximeter, this can be used. Now the detailed block diagram will be described by Tinu.
Our project with the extraction of heart rate, respiratory rate, body temperature, and oxygen saturation from the face video of a subject at a distance of at least 30 centimeter, as it is seen in this block diagram. Here we are incorporating two types of camera, RGB camera and an infrared. Infrared camera. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. We are utilizing two types of camera, RGB and a thermal camera, from which video of a subject is taken. And in the case of a face video, we are utilizing the frame extraction from the face, and so that from the RGB video, after frames are extracted, face of the person is recognized, and then region of interest is selected. Here we are selecting cheeks as region of interest, and signal is extracted out. And thus, from the signal, PSD is found for getting heart rate. And then in the case of thermal video, we are taking respiratory rate after further processing from the face video itself, and comparing the respiratory that from the heart rate are obtained from this thermal camera, and on the base of classifications, we are letting all the parameters as comparing to the normal or exactly abnormal values. Next slide, please. These are the processing steps that we are utilizing. Of bandpass filtering, from green signal, we are obtaining heart rate, and from respiratory, we are counting the number of peaks per minute, and from RR, we are letting SpO2. Then from the camera itself, we are getting body temperature. Next slide. The heart rate algorithm is as shown. We are obtaining video of a face, then extracting frames, detecting faces detected using heart algorithm, and ROI. Here, cheek is selected as region of interest, and after averaging the pixel values of green channel, we are obtaining a signal, and after the signal is taken independent component analysis in order to obtain blood volume pulse signal, normalizing the signal, and applying FFT, we'll get power spectrum of the signal, and maximum amplitude with maximum as letting the frequency to be obtained and then it's just multiplied into 60 in order to get heart rate. Next slide. The oxygen saturation is obtained. The procedure is same. From thermal camera, we are obtaining the respiratory rate and comparing with the normal range of oxygen saturation between 12 to 20 breaths per minute of respiratory rate. So that oxygen saturation of the person, if the respiratory rate is between 12 to 20, it will be a normal value or else it will decreases. Over to Caroline.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Now I will speak about how we extract the RR and also the body temperature. So block diagram. So as mentioned earlier, the thermal video is also captured along with the RGB video. This is used for the estimation of respiratory rate. Here we use FLIR AX8 thermal camera for taking the thermal video of the subject. This video is then undergo certain pre-processing in order to estimate the required output. Frames are extracted from the thermal video, and from each frame, the nostril region is selected as the ROI region. This is because during inspiration and expiration, temperature change take place in this region. The temperature of exhaled air is much higher than that of inspired air. As this variation can produce a grayscale intensity values to change from each frame, which is then plotted in order to create the graph. The graph is shown as a sinusoidal plot in this block diagram, which has a rising and declining intensity values. The number of peak points will give the RR value. For a normal person, the number of peak values that occur in 300 frames will be in a range of 6 to 10. So therefore, when we double the value, we will get a number of peak points which corresponds to the RR value in a minute. Now the temperature value will be obtained directly by using the thermal camera itself, FLIR AX8. Next slide. Here we describe how we count that signal. Here in the respiratory signal, we can see that there are 8 peaks, which corresponds to 300 frames that is taken in 30 seconds. That corresponds to 30 seconds. So when we double this value, we can count the RR value in a minute. Now the algorithm for RR. So these are the steps that we follow in order to calculate the respiratory rate and body temperature. The thermal video is taken and frames are extracted. From each frame, we will dictate the phase region and also the nostril region as RY. As mentioned earlier, the body temperature is directly taken from FLIR AX8 itself, and the signal is plotted for variation of intensity values in the ROI region from every frame. The number of peak points will give the respiratory rate. That's it. Rest will be presented by Vibita.
The components: RGB camera, infrared thermal camera, laptop, a display, and a tripod stand. RGB camera used as Logitech, and of infrared is FLIR AX8. Next slide. This is the thermal camera used, which is having a focal plane array detected and uncooled microbolometer type, resolution of 80 by 60 pixels. Next slide. This is the camera, RGB cam we are using, USB cam. Next. This is the whole project setup. Next. The HDMI connection is for connecting monitor, RGB cam connected to laptop using USB, and FLIR AX8 is connected through gigabit Ethernet port, and thermal camera is provided to PoE injector. Data is processed and displayed in monitor. Next, please. This is all the output that we have obtained in the respiratory rate, oxygen saturation, and heart rate, along with body temperature in the left side. This respiratory rate and oxygen saturation is obtained from, and also body temperature is obtained from fluoroxide cam, infrared cam, and the heart rate is as a digital camera. That's all. Thank you.
That was a really interesting project, and let's take some time for the questions. Participants may use their chat box to ask the questions. Okay, we have a question here. How will we get the heart rate from the image corresponding to the cheeks? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible?
So once more, I
Okay.
got.
How will we get the heart rate from the image corresponding to the cheeks?
Okay. We are taking the face video of a person using an RGB cam. Our region of interest, we are selected this cheeks as the region of interest, and signal from this interest is obtained from the green channel alone using this red, blue, and green values of RGB camera. It is utilizing, we are utilizing Python programming language having a library OpenCV, and it is having inbuilt functions for obtaining the signal processing from a particular region of interest, so that we are averaging the pixel values in green channel alone in order to get a signal. From that signal, we are utilizing independent component analysis for recovering blood volume pulse signal. That is how we are getting a fast Fourier transform is taken, and then a power spectrum is obtained. From that power spectrum, we are taking out the frequency with which maximum, where will be the maximum amplitude. So that frequency is multiplied by 60 in order to get heart rate of 1 minute time. That's how heart rate is obtained.
Okay, I think that was cleared. Yet another question. How can the body temperature be measured from the camera image?
The camera already has a feature that it can dictate the body temperature. Not the body temperature, but it can dictate the maximum temperature and the minimum temperature, and also the average temperature is displayed by the system itself. So we can just display that we are not extracting that value. We are just showing that value that is available from the camera itself.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's it. Any more questions in the chat? Okay, so that's it, I guess. And that was an insightful project, and we are glad we could hear about it. Thank you for joining us here today, and we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Moving towards, let's have a breakout session to get us on flow. Bharat is here into action. Over to you, man.
Yeah, hey all. So let me just share my screen. Yeah, hope everyone can see my screen. So I've put up a link and a code through which you can join the session. So chop people, lots of prizes are waiting. You guys, like, you've got Netflix subscriptions and a lot more. So I'll wait till 7:45 and start the quiz. So I think that's it done. So I'll start the quiz anyways. Okay, here we go. So in the TV series The Big Bang Theory, what's Sheldon's father's name? So we have the options as Sheldon Cooper Sr., Sheldon Cooper Jr., Sheldon Cooper III, George Tucker. Sorry, George Cooper Sr., so George Cooper Jr., George Cooper III, and George Tucker. My bad. Yeah, the time's up. It was a quick one. Yeah, it's actually George Cooper Sr. So moving on. So in India, when did the second phase of COVID-19 vaccination start? We have December 2020, January 2021, February 2021, and March 2021. So again, the time's up. So each of these questions, just a little heads up, you guys will only get 20 seconds to answer it. So we have MJ first, Hart second, and Anjita C the third, as third. So it was on March 2021. So the next question. Yeah, which cricketer scored a brilliant 158 in Oh, okay. The answers are coming quite fast. In the first IPL match ever played. Three seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Yeah, and the time's up. So, yeah, we have MJ first, Sandeep second, and Jairam third. So, yeah, moving on. X and Y are famous personalities who happen to be the 16th cousin. X created one of the world's most famous detectives, and Y portrayed this character on screen. Name X and Y. We've got one answer, 2, 3. Yeah, it's a bit low on this one. Yeah, the time's over. So yeah, the leaderboard. We have MJ first. Yeah, the leaderboard remains the same. Yeah, it was actually, yeah, okay. We have no correct responses. Yeah, going on to the next slide. Which common word becomes its own past tense if rearranged? This is a unique sequence. That's why if you know it, it might be right. Like there won't be a duplicate of the same kind of. Okay, so it is actually eat and ate. So we have Jairam Prabhu to the second and Hart to the third. So next question. A brother and a sister were born in summer and in winter. The sister was not born in winter. So who was born in summer? Yeah, the time's up. So the answer is actually the sister itself. Just rewind the question and you might be able to get it right. So X was born Krishna Pandit Bhanji in St. Anton, North Riding of Yorkshire. He is the son of Anna Lena Mary, born Gottman. Yeah, an actress and a model who appeared in films in 1920 and 1930s. Yeah, the time's up. So we have Soumya to the second. So Soumya was the winner in the first break session. So we have got one correct responses. So moving on. Dash is 27.1 light years from Earth in the southern constellation Corvus. Says Neil. Okay, we have got responses now itself. The director of American Museum of Natural History's Hayden Planetarium in New Jersey. So, okay, Soumya is first again. So, yeah. Next question. How many years did former South African President Nelson Mandela spend in prison? So, we have got 10 seconds left. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah. So, okay. So moving on. The last question. Which famous British physicist wrote the book A Brief History of Time? Come on, guys. This is just another giveaway. Three, two, one. I hope all of you got it right. So yeah, Soumya is first again. So yeah, it was none other than okay. So this is the end of the session. So Soumya, congrats again. Please do send the screenshot to site@ieeekerala.org to claim your prizes. Thank you. So I'll stop sharing. So next up, we have a panel discussion. So yeah, meaningful conversations are the best way to bring about the most novel ideas and increase engagement. We now have a panel discussion lined up for you with Mr. Anish Rajiv, Mr. Dan, and Mr. Mohammad Iqbal as the panelist, and Mr. Shabrinath Pillai as the moderator. Mr. Shabrinath Pillai is currently pursuing his PhD at Cochin University of Science and Technology after a brief tenure as network engineer at Information Kerala Mission. He took up a position as a full-time lecturer at St. Joseph's College of Engineering and Technology, Palay. He was later promoted as the assistant professor at School of Electronics. He held various leadership positions as faculty advisor of ISTE student chapter of SJCET, faculty in charge of various laboratories, and a branch counselor of IEEE student branch SJCET. He was awarded with the Outstanding Branch Counselor Award from IEEE Kerala Section and from IEEE Headquarters, New York. He was also awarded the MGA Young Professionals Achievement Award in 2018 from IEEE. He is currently the president of Internet Society of India and the vice Trivandrum chapter and vice chairperson of Young Professionals at IEEE India Councils. A hearty welcome to all of you. Over to you, Professor Shabrinath, to take forward this discussion.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever in the world you are. I know it is close to 8 p.m. in the evening at Indian Standard Time, and you've been here on this platform for quite some time now. It is well past dinner time, and obviously you must be waiting eagerly for the next session, the culturals and the winding up session. So I might not take too much of your time on this discussion. But for your kind information, we have an eminent list of panelists lined up here. Thanks to IEEE Kerala Section Site Committee for having come up with such a beautiful list of panelists who have taken their time to come up to this discussion and probably give us good ideas which can be turned out into a recommendation document or something of that sort, which may be submitted to the site committee at the MGA level. And of course, it will probably be very, very helpful to you students and to the participants of this conference in giving you a probably beautiful idea on how to take your site projects beyond your academic project. Now, I was here for some time now, and I was listening to a few of the projects that came up all through the presentations, and I see how beautifully aligned to humanitarian activities that these projects are. The touch of humanitarian, the humanity that these students have is highly appreciated. And what on a professional perspective, I would like is to see that these projects, just not remain in the shelf, or just not remain as a project report in some library or in some personal library, but to see it in actual terms, in working terms, and see it, helping out somebody out there. I still remember this beautiful project, which a few students from the Government Engineering College Thrissur at Kerala did. And this project was handed over to a fully bedridden patient with complete muscle atrophy. When Jaykrishnan sir and a few other site representatives, and I was also there at that event, we could see that students, that patients' parents, in complete tears when they saw that their ward could do something more than what he could for quite a long time in his life, just based out of a student project that came out of this college with site funding. So that is the kind of activity that we would like to see more to come out of the students here across India. Now, keeping this in perspective, we have a beautiful list of panelists here to discuss about beyond projects on this topic called beyond projects. And to start off with, we have Mr. Anish Rajiv. Anish is a power system consultant with over 10 years of experience in power system consultancy. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and a master's in power and energy engineering from Amrita University. He currently works as a transmission system planning and investment engineer with the Scottish Hydroelectric Transmission System at Scotland in the United Kingdom. He is experienced in electrical power industry with strong knowledge in the field of generation, transmission, distribution of renewable energy, integration, battery storage, and so on. So you might also know or understand that one of the key aspects of site and sites projects is clean electricity, clean water, clean sanitation, and clean electricity, which are kind of taken up from the 17 sustainable development projects which have been put forward by the United Nations. So we have an eminent panelist here lined up who very much works on this domain. Is from Kerala and is right now also the secretary of the Young Professionals Affinity Group at the UK and Ireland section. And he's currently based out of the United Kingdom. Welcome, Rajiv and Anish Rajiv to this panel. Anish, are you there? Is Anish here? Can any of the moderators please check if Anish is here? I can't see Anish in the list of participants here. Can any of the co-hosts please check if Anish is here?
Anish have reached out to us that he's fighting some technical issues. He'll be here soon.
He has come right now, I guess. Like he's seen in the participant list right now.
Okay, fine. Okay, but by the time Anish sorts out his technical issue, maybe we can move on to the next participant here. The next participant we have here is from, a student representative of the Ugandan section, Mr. Ahembiswe Dan. Ahembiswe, if you're there, he has a beautiful project which he presented a few minutes back. So I'm probably sure that the participants here might have seen his project, and you have seen the kind of work that he and his team members at the Ugandan section does on this domain. So we can probably hear from them and see how things work out in the African perspective. So we have people from different continents here. We have the European and the British kind of perspective that is coming in from Anish. We have the African perspective coming in from Dan, and we have Mr. Muhammad Iqbal, who is currently a second-year student in electrical engineering from Changanur College of Engineering. Mr. Iqbal is also the chair of the site student branch at College of Engineering, Cheganur. So I hope all three panelists are here. Yes, I see Dan and I see Mohammed Iqbal. And I think I briefly saw Anish as well.
Yeah,
Yes,
I am in
Anish is
Shabir,
also here. I think you're muted, Anish.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that is good. That is good. We heard you had some technical difficulty in joining. By the time I kind of introduced you to the audience here. Anyway, I hope your issues are solved.
I think I am audible now. Can you confirm? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so without further ado, it is kind of time, and let us dive into our topic. So what I would like to I just gave in set the stage and gave in a perspective of what this discussion is all about. Now, to start off, I would like to know more about the kind of side activities that happen at your section to start off with, so that the table is all set, and then we move on to how to take things forward. So Anish, if you can briefly describe in maybe a minute or two to the audience here about the kind of site activities that currently happen or used to happen, and then maybe we can come to what is currently happening. Okay, so what are the kind of activities that happen on the site domain at your section in the UK and the Ireland section? Anish, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Shabir sir. Hope I'm audible to everyone. So thank you. First of all, thank you for the coordinators for inviting me to this Student Humanitarian Technology Conference. Coming to IEEE UK and Ireland section site, I'm holding the position of secretary at IEEE UK and Ireland section. So basically, I have moved to UK a couple of years back. Before that, I was mainly coordinating with Madras section. I was working in Chennai, so there I was a part of site section in Chennai as well. So I was able to understand there is a difference between the site working for a developing country and a site which is working for a developed country. So if you see, mainly in India, when I was working with site, mainly we were more concentrating on poverty eradication projects, those kind of things. Whereas coming to UK and Ireland section, the main project, if you see, currently we are undertaking is mainly on social development aspects. I can say a couple of examples, like the current active projects which we are holding is uh, uh, the sensor based technology to support the kids who are having issues based on autism. So that is one project currently active in our session. Apart from that, we are this year we are planning to host a conference, IEEE 2021, which is mainly this time it is going to be online, and I will be giving details on those conference in the coming sessions. I think that's it about IEEE UK and Ireland section. Over to you, Shabiri sir.
Thank you so much. So one point that one key point that I take away is that there is significant difference in the kind of site activities and the site projects that take place in a developing country versus that of a developed country. And a beautiful project that you just mentioned, that which can obviously be taken as a pilot to many others here, is to kind of help children with autism. A truly beautiful project which can be taken up as a pilot. So thank you so much, Anish, for throwing some light on that key point about the kind of projects between a developing country and a developed country. So over to Dan. What are your perspectives on what are the kind of activities that happen at the Ugandan section and broadly in the African perspective? Dan, over to you. The floor is all yours.
Hello. Currently, most of the projects that we're getting involved in are mainly like from Uganda and our neighbors like Kenya and Rwanda, COVID-related projects, where we got an opportunity from IEEE site on how we can help our communities. So we did a number of projects, like from Uganda section. We as a student branch developed a hands-free door opening system. We did a COVID-19 tracking and management system. We developed pedal hand washers, where we installed them at different institutions to like a Ministry of Health. We part of the members developed made face shields, 3D face shields, where they produced over 3,000 copies and distributed them to the Ministry of Health. We did awareness programs where one of the projects chaired by Mr. Ranga, they developed a simple animation showing how people they can do social distancing when they're in a taxi. Then some team developed a project where they developed special masks for the deaf, and so many other projects that are being done by our volunteers from Uganda. We also had one of our volunteers do a project in Sudan, South Sudan, for providing masks, over 1,000 masks. So he mobilized some women group, and they produced masks for a refugee camp in Sudan. So it was one of those great projects that, and people got to know what IEEE is, and also encouraging other members to participate in humanitarian projects, because such projects they help to bring out your community, and also to help your community as a whole. So it's a great pleasure to you as an individual helping those who are in need. You feel very great, and you feel that this is what the world needs, to help others, not just enriching ourselves, but help others, and the reward will be by the most above. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. So presumably I take away from your talk is that there is a significant level of capacity building and social outreach that is happening at the African perspective, particularly with this key intent of helping others. And I also understand that there are quite a lot of activities that help in collaboration with the Ministry of Health related to COVID and its situation. So that is really beautiful, the kind of work that is currently happening at the African perspective. Iqbal, I would like to know about your perspectives. What is currently happening here in Kerala, and particularly the Asian perspective?
Sir, when we are focusing on the background perspectives, we have active side groups in SP and non-SP levels, and the social innovational bond between the volunteers community and the local communities, it's very strengthening to identify the problems and to address the challenges what the communities face. We have many such initiatives, but I am focusing on some prominent ones, that the community engagement camps, All Kerala site camps, then the ICE-free science camp for blind and low vision students, and the different phases of Shastra Vismaya. It's all focusing on the students and tribal communities of different objectives through culture, technology, health, and related topics. And we are among to the Jyoti IEEE program. It's a rehabilitation support to Nepal during the earthquake from IEEE Kerala Section. To aim to lighten the lives of earthquake-stricken villages of Nepal, and the technology intervention in the coastal communities from Sri Inclusions, and the various initiatives for helping the victims of Oki cyclone hit areas of the coastal Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and accessibility challenge and innovational challenge of 2020. And the main fully potential that was used by the Kerala section is that the flood of 2018, where the IEEE Kerala section take the initiative, the Kerala Rescue in portal for coordinating all the rescue activities across the states. And later, the government declared this as the official website for coordinating all the rescue and relief activities across the state, consisting of the 14 districts. And along with that, IEEE Kerala section is with many initiatives to support or in activities related to the flood and to rebuild Kerala in such a model of that is for a sustainable development way, or sustainable cities and communities to addressed several issues that Kerala is facing. And when the Kerala rescue model is a social collaboration and is effectively used during the damage assessment as well as the rehabilitation and restoration activities of the state, and the technology developed for the rescue operation is available for the communities to use. And the forgiving assistive technology value chain and conference, the Techno conference that is sponsored by HSC. And when we are moving to the pandemic situation, IEEE Kerala section has come up with a COVID response initiatives from SP11s along with the projects to tackle the situation.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for giving us a wide perspective of the kind of activities that happen here at Kerala. Especially, I take a lot of cue from the social innovation projects, the community engagement, and the social outreach projects, especially the set of activities that happen for the visually challenged, and of course, I personally also take particular interest to the Kerala Rescue.in because if a few of you might remember, I was personally the student activities chair at that time, and it was a team of 7 students from Kerala section that initiated that project, which was taken up to the next level. So there is so much of activities that happen here that used to happen here, and obviously across the globe on site with funding from the site community. Now, I would like to take this to the next step. So what is currently happening out of the whole scenario? So generally we do have a lot of community outreach. There is so much of capacity building happening, and there is this beautiful humanitarian touch onto almost every activity that we do. Particularly on maybe one of those 17 sustainable projects that are put forward by the United Nations, and 3 which are particularly taken down by the site community at the MGA level. So what happens on these specific perspectives at your particular section? So maybe we can start off with Anish on what happens at the United Kingdom. What is currently happening with particular focus onto these vision and mission of the site at the MGA level.
Of course, if you see the projects what explained by the Kenya section chair and the Kerala section, what is his position, I don't know, but it is Muhammad, right? So compared to the projects what they are doing in India or in Africa, we have a limited scope in UK. Of course, we have limited volunteers, limited options, limited scope for site in UK. So as I said, mainly we are concentrating on support of the autism affected kids in UK, and this is a site funded project, and we have received around 10,000 USD that encourages the autism affected kids for more social interaction. So if you're coming to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, how we are targeted. So we are planning to achieve Goal 4 and Goal 10. Goal 4 is mainly the quality education, and Goal 10 is to reduce the inequality among the education of kids. So these 2 goals are aimed under this project, and currently we are doing this project in association with couple of charity organization and the University of Essex. So that project is currently running, and we are getting good response from the charity organization who is working to support the autism affected kids. So the response from the kids based on the work which we carried out, it is getting very positive response. And we will be currently we are working only with one charity organization. Based on this positive response, we will be taking this work to the next level. We are in touch with other charity organization, and we will be extending this work based on the fund availability. So that is the project activity what we are currently handling in UK and Ireland site. Coming to the other activity, we are organizing the IHTC, International Humanitarian Technology Conference, that is going to happen by the end of this year, that is December 3rd to December 5th. It is an online conference. This gives a platform for all site volunteers, all HSC volunteers to present their work. This time it is online, and that doesn't have any implication of visa and travel. So if you have good projects, this is a good platform for you to give, for you to present your project, and maybe you can secure some fund as well if the project is good. So that's what happening here in UK and Ireland section.
Thank you so much, Anisha. I know the very beautiful projects that are coming up with specific interest to G4 and G10. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would like you to understand from what Anish says here is, these projects are not limited time frame. To impart quality education in students, and to impart or find the social interaction, or to help out students, children with autism, with to gather more of a better social life and quality of life and social interaction, is not a limited time frame project. It is a really long duration project. So you can clearly understand that these projects are not limited to academic
Yeah, this
work.
project started in 2016 and still it is ongoing.
Exactly, that is the point here. These are long time frame projects. These are not limited to academic activity, and it has, it really does touch people on the ground. Thank you so much, Anita. Those are beautiful projects. I would like to know more from Dan. What happens, or what is currently happening at the Ugandan perspective, specifically of these goals that site at the MGA puts forward.
Mostly in Uganda currently, most of the projects that our members have been undertaking have been short-term projects, solving that particular problem, and there has been a problem of how can we make the project sustainable? Are we solving it for particularly today? What about tomorrow? What if and what will happen if we do the project and it ends? How can we make the project sustainable? So we've been having that big challenge, and if you can see, when most of the projects that we have funded, if you see like from the first round of the proposal, very few of them are still continuing, because when people ended the project, that means most of them didn't continue pursuing like solving the problem. Like project ended, and that was the end. So recently, like since we have the site chair from Uganda, and we have also another webinar happening tomorrow, and one of the goals of the webinar is talk about sustainability of the projects. Because it's clearly a lacking issue in the country, and IEEE volunteers are not focusing on that issue of sustainability. Because what if corona goes away? How shall we apply the knowledge and the projects we did during the COVID-19 to the current diseases that are happening? So it's quite a big challenge, and maybe there are people who are doing water projects, water and sanitation, but majority of the people that I know who are members are doing short-time projects. So which is a very big issue, and part of tomorrow, where I'm also the moderator, it's part of the issue. I'll be tackling how can we stop, like how can we encourage our members to do sustainable projects that can run for years, 10 years, 5 years, and 3 years. So hopefully by next year or sometime back, you see Uganda starting to do some kind of those projects. They may be there, but as I know, like from my perspective, there are very few sustainable projects currently happening. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. You just hit the bullseye, because one of the problems that these projects do not take off for long term is the issue that we face with volunteers on a certain perspective, because, you know, right, as you rightly mentioned, you might, you know, move out of your organization into the next domain or the next level of your career, and probably you might not get enough of time to volunteer and, you know, spend on these kinds of you know, activities. But what are the kind of solutions that we can put forward out of your experience here at the Asian perspective, Mohammed? What do you think can be, you know, or maybe what is currently happening here? Maybe you can start off with what is currently happening here, and maybe mentioning if a couple of the projects that have happened in the past, how are they being taken forward in the long term? Mohammed, over to you.
Sir, at presently in Kerala section, we are focusing on the on the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals in a multi-dimensional way. That we are at the same time through different projects, we are focusing on non-poverty, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, and accordingly, we have a wide volunteer community. So we are focusing on different perspectives of projects as well as activities. And when we are coming to the COVID period, we can clearly understand from statistical studies that IEEE Kerala section has a wide contribution in implementing different projects, that from power energy to medical devices to tackle this COVID pandemic situation. And when we are moving what is presently happening in our student level, we are always approaching it with a three-dimensional way to tackle or to move more into student volunteers and community in different ways. And so one example is that our outreach program, that's For Her project, that's a education, health and rebuild, and it's a IEEE CEC collaboration with Seedalem, a women healthcare center in Pathanamthitta district under Kerala government Ayush Homeopathy department. And it's mainly focusing on the women and empowering and unfitting the woman socially by assuring a care, emphasizing all plans of health, as well as encourage women to place in careers that's them for manifold reasons, mostly recognizing its and women's role in boosting their mainstream or self-esteem. And at presently, we had several COVID response initiatives, mainly focusing on social media and home care awareness with projects, the multiple projects that especially funded during the 2020 to tackle the situations that from when assistive technology devices at tribal schools and renewable accessible water with clean energy, and the telemedicine ready pulse oxygen saturation temperature monitoring system, and the automation trolleys to mitigate infection risks, high flow ventilation systems, low cost thermal scanners, non-contact measurement parameters, and portable mechanical ventilators. And with that, at presently, we are focusing on the online training programs, focusing on a leadership program coordination, project managing, and public relation and sustainable development goals, how to tackle the crisis, and how the student volunteers or the IEEE volunteer communities can introduce or more how to interact more with local communities to identify the problems and to address the arising challenges. And along with that, we have a research and development program mainly focusing on studying the local problems technically and non-technically in the 14 districts of Kerala. The first phase, we are implementation through a problem-thon challenge, and the upcoming programs mainly focusing on climate action. And along with that, we are focusing on different ways in outreach and SP and non-SP level events with project initiatives. That's all, sir.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. I mean, that is a very beautiful, idea that probably can be piloted across the different sections to have a problem-thon challenge and, kind of find issues what are actually out there in the society and, come up with probable solutions. And maybe, one more method that we will have to kind of devise and probably give across to this elite audience here is a method on how to make these projects that come out, or these ideas that come out, into sustainable long-term projects. So maybe out of these three presentations, I see that you know, the UK section is what that actually is, you know, is a section that actually comes out with actual long-term projects. So maybe there are a few best practices that we might have to learn from the UK section. So Anish, how do you actually implement these long-term work? How do you make sure that the activity goes on beyond what actually happens at, you know, an educational level? You do something, find out a solution to this problem. There are problems. The problems out there are immense. And you propose a solution, put it into a document, and then it, boom, boom, it just goes into the shelf. How do we actually, or how do you at UK see that it actually goes out to the actual recipient and make sure that this is an actual long-term work? Maybe if you can just share a few best practices that you do.
Yeah, I will share. I think instead of sharing a UK experience, I'm happy to share the experience which I had in India itself. Uh, so when I was working in IEEE Madras section, uh, uh, we identified, like that was long back in 2016. We identified there was a village that doesn't have access to electricity. That was situated somewhere near Dindigul, and that is on a hilltop, and that was not having access to electricity. So what initially we did is we in 2016 we did some survey, and we understood that around 500 families are living on top of this hill without having access to electricity. And initially we approached many funding agencies, like we have put a funding request to site, we put a funding request to HAC, but unfortunately that was not true. And what we did is we identified an NGO who can support us. So we associated with an NGO called Litter of Light. Litter of Light is something, it's a movement actually. They have a branch in Bangalore. They are coordinating the Indian activities. So we identified that NGO, and with the help of that NGO, we thought we finalized that we will go ahead and we will give some solar light for this village. Actually, this Litter of Light is giving low cost solar lamps. So we identified we will go ahead with this them. And the major problem or major obstruction for going ahead was most of the volunteers was in Chennai, and this village was located around 300 to 400 kilometers from Chennai. So uh, we identified an engineering college who is very active, who is having an active IEEE chapter. The college name is PSNA. I'm not sure whether you are aware of that. It's one of the good engineering college in Dindigul. So they were happy to collaborate for this work. And in 2017, we have identified a group of students who are active, who are interested in volunteering for this activity, and we have trained them. And the Litter of Light NGO, the people from Bangalore came, and they have given training for the students how to build this low cost lamps. And at the first stage, we identified 50 houses, and we implemented low cost solar LED in this 50 houses. And after that, with this activity, we have approached site again for funding, and this time site has given us fund, and we have completed 3 stages. Like, we have covered around 150 houses which doesn't have access to electricity. I'm telling that the light we provided is not that big thing, but that area was not having to access to electricity, and that gave a couple of hours. It means usually what they will do, they will do their work, and by the time sun goes out, they will get inside the house and they will go to sleep. But we have given them the light, and it gave them a couple of hours more to spend with the family. So that light, we have given around 150 lamps, and we after that we thought this is not exactly what they want. And then we have put a proposal to Smart Village. Smart Village is something which can give higher funding for this kind of activity. So we have approached Smart Village, and our proposal is with Smart Village now. So Smart Village will be taking care of education. Smart Village will be taking care of energy requirement. Village will be taking care of the entrepreneurship in that area as well. So that will that will increase income as well, increase the income level of the people who live there as well. So that is somewhat a sustainable way of identifying issue and solving that. So that is long term as well. So that is one thing which I was a part when I was in Madras section. So in the similar way in UK session also, as I said, the project for the autism kit, it started in 2016, and various stages we identified different charity organization where they really need support, and we found the best fit charity organization, and we approach a site for funding, and it is approved, and the project is implemented now, and we have an outcome to show them that we did something, and we will be approaching a site and HSC for further funding for this project. That is how it works on my experience.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Anish. A side project that touches lives, not just touches lives, it goes ahead and contributes to the GDP of that community by giving people more time to work, and of course more time to spend with their family. That is truly amazing. And I think at this point I should also check a couple of messages that came in here, which says that what are the sustainable humanitarian technology projects under implementation in Tamil Nadu state, which came in from Mr. Raja, and probably this is an answer to that question. And there was another comment that came in here that Pune section has developed an IoT-based ultraviolet disinfection system supported by IEEE HSC, implemented by IEEE Pune section. Pune section would like to share that information here, but I'm very sorry that I do have to, take a look at the watch here. We have already, surpassed the time given to us for this panel discussion by 12 minutes to the dot. Ladies and gentlemen, by this discussion, you see how hot this topic is. You can see the passion with these, where these three panelists are kind of delivering or letting us know about what are the kind of activities that happen at each of these sections. And I would also like to place on record that very similar to the project that Anish had just mentioned that happens in Tamil Nadu, there were very similar projects that happened here in Kerala section as well, in providing light and ray of hope to villagers very close to Kollam district, where this project was, again, as part of an activity that happened with the TKM College of Engineering here at Kerala. So one of the systems that I would, or this panel, from this panel that we would like to take back is, the project that we do should not, kind of be shelved right after providing a solution, but it must actually be implemented on the ground. And how does this happen? The project can go long term. Maybe, as Anish rightly mentioned, you can go ahead and make a proposal, make a solution, implement it as a prototype, and then you can probably take it to your juniors with obviously a monitoring and a mentorship from professional members at your section. And then you can take it down to your juniors, and they can further, get this work, this prototype implemented in the masses with more of funding, which as, one method that Anish probably has just mentioned here, IEEE Smart Villages is a place. Collaboration with non-governmental organizations, with other people like, Kerala section does here, collaborating with Chakshumadi to help people with, visual disabilities, collaborating with the fishermen community in providing, solutions to fishermen. A lot of activities, collaborations with non-governmental organizations and not-for-profit organizations that work in the domain, provide solutions. As technologists, what we can do is provide first-line solutions and implement prototypes, and then we can get our juniors. This actually also helps in providing more of a volunteer engagement in juniors, and this is probably the outcome of this panel. Now we are again 15 minutes past what was allotted to us. Very sorry, organizers, that we had to take so much of time from what eats into your cultural events, but it is the passion and the dedication of these volunteers here in sharing their activities, and obviously the passion with the site volunteers here excuse me, at Kerala section. So ladies and gentlemen, I should thank these eminent panelists here, Anish, Dan, and Mohammed Iqbal, for spending their time with us, sharing this beautiful list of activities that they did, and obviously to the eminent list of audience here who spent your time to listen to us. Probably the moderator, the MC here might have taken notes, and this discussion will be taken in as a paper and probably will be submitted to the site community at the MGA level and here at Kerala section to be taken forward. Over to you, organizers, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. We are extremely delighted to have gotten a chance to see all of you engage and discuss with each other. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to each one of you for taking your time off your busy schedules to join us here today. First of all, and first and foremost, thank you so much, Mr. Sabarinath Pillai, for wonderfully paving the path of this discussion to a fruitful outcome. Thank you, sir. I extend our sincere gratitude from the side of student HTC team. As a token of our gratitude, we present to you this virtual memento. Next up, I would like to thank Mr. Anish Raje for his efforts to be here tonight with us despite the time differences. Thank you so much, Mr. Anish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Then I would like to thank Mr. Dan once again for being here and giving us his valuable thoughts and insights and everything regarding the Uganda section that we need to know, and for his wonderful perspectives to leverage sites and HAC activities just to more than projects. Thank you. And last but not the least, I would like to thank Mr. Mohammed Iqbal in giving an intuition from a student perspective of Kerala section. Thank you. With that, we can come to the conclusion of today's all main sessions. As icing on the cake, we have a special cultural night all for you. And yes, moving on to that, as we move towards the climax of this beautiful two-day journey, it is time to revive the music buds inside us. To close it with symphony, let me invite the all-talented musician and multi-instrumentalist, Mr. Anunand, and his talented friend, Mr. Justin Christie, to take over and spill colors with their flute and instruments and let our hearts throb to this musical extravaganza. Over to you, Anunand.
ഹലോ എല്ലാവരും, ഞാൻ മറ്റേ ഫോൺ നോക്കിയിട്ട് ഓഡിയോ ഒക്കെ ക്ലിയർ ആണോ? ശരി, ഓഡിയോ ഒക്കെ ക്ലിയർ ആണ്. എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമിന്റെ ഭാഗമാകാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിൽ. ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാം, ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരിക്കലും നമുക്കൊരു ലൈവ് ഒരു മീറ്റിംഗ് നമുക്ക് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പൊ എല്ലാവരും ഇങ്ങനെ ഓൺലൈൻ വഴിയാണ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനെ ഞങ്ങളെ ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗമാക്കിയതിൽ ഒരുപാട് നന്ദി അറിയിക്കുന്നു ആദ്യം തന്നെ. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. ഇതിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് ചാറ്റ് ഓണാക്കിയിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ സോങ്ങിന്റെ സജഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റുമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ ഈ ഒരു ചാറ്റ് സെക്ഷൻ ഒന്ന് ഓണാക്കിയിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ സജഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ അറിയാം. അപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾ ആദ്യം 1-2 പാട്ട് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പൊ അതോടൊപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടഗാനങ്ങൾ കൂടി ഇതിനകത്ത് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തുക. അപ്പൊ അതിനായിട്ട് ഈ ചാറ്റ് എങ്ങനെയാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഞാൻ അതിനകത്ത് ഓണാക്കി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ. നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. ഇതിനകത്ത് ആരെ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ഒന്നും വരുന്നതായിട്ട് കാണുന്നില്ല. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ ജസ്റ്റിൻ ക്രിസ്റ്റി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ചാറ്റ് റിക്വസ്റ്റിനകത്ത് മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. എല്ലാവരും സെൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് ടു എവരിവൺ കൊടുത്തിട്ട് ഓക്കെ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ചെയ്യുന്നൊരു വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആരാണ് അനാമിക ശരി. മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്റെ ഫോണിൽ. നമുക്ക് അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ടിലേക്ക് പോവാം.
Anunand, you're on mute.
അതിനകത്ത് നമ്മുടെ
Okay.
ഞങ്ങളുടെ സിസ്റ്റം ഓഫ് ആയിപ്പോയി. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ഓൺ ആവുന്നവരെ ഒന്ന് വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. അതുവരെ നിങ്ങളുടെ മെസ്സേജ് ഒക്കെ നോക്കട്ടെ. ഇപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ഒക്കെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട പാട്ടുകളൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ അയക്കുക. വേറെ ഇതിലൊരു പാട്ട് സേവ് ചെയ്തു. അതെ ജസ്റ്റ് മരണാത്ത ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, റോജ ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, വെണ്ണിലവേ ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് സ്പേസ് വായിച്ചോളൂ. ഞാനിപ്പം ഇതെല്ലാം നമുക്ക് സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ കൂടെ ഒന്ന് കണക്ട് ചെയ്തേക്കാം. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ചെറിയ ഡിലേ വന്നേ. ഓക്കെ, റെഡി. സി മാഡം. പിന്നെ നരനൊക്കെ ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. റോജ ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, നരൻ ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. റോജ Okay. Okay, thank you. Very thank you. ജീവാംശമായി എനിക്ക് പേഴ്സണലായിട്ട് മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതെനിക്ക് ആ ഫോണിനകത്താണ് വരുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾ എവരിവൺ അതിനകത്ത് അയച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ വേറെ ഫോൺ വെച്ച് കമന്റ് വെക്കുന്നത് കാണാൻ പറ്റും. Okay, ജീവാംശമായി പൂക്കൾ പൂക്കും ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജീവാംശമായി ആരാധനയ്ക്ക് ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ബുക്കും വായിക്കാം. അപ്പം കുറെ പേര് മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ചെറിയൊരു ഗെയിമിന്റെ സെക്ഷൻ കൂടെ വെക്കാം. എങ്ങനെയാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാല് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ കുറച്ച് പാട്ടിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്കുള്ള BGMs വായിക്കാം. അപ്പൊ ആ പാട്ട് ഏതാണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ കമന്റ് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ഗെയിം കളിക്കാൻ റെഡി ആയിട്ടുള്ളതെല്ലാം റെഡിന്ന് ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്തിടുക. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ഒരു പാട്ടും കൂടെ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമുക്ക് 1-2 ഗെയിം സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ, ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ഗെയിം സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ, ശരി. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം, ഗെയിം സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാനൊരു ഗെയിമിന് പ്രൈസ് ഒന്നുമില്ല, നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവരും വിന്നർ അനൗൺസ് ചെയ്യാലോ, കാര്യമില്ല. ഞാനൊരു പാട്ടിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്കുള്ള ബിറ്റ് വായിക്കാം, ആ പാട്ട് ഏതാണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ കമന്റ് ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യാം. ആദ്യം പേരാണോ ആരാണോ വരുന്നത്, എല്ലാവർക്കും നെറ്റിനൊരാണ് സ്പീഡാണോ എന്നില്ല. എന്റെ ഇതിൽ വരുന്ന ആരാണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ അവരുടെ പേര്. ഓക്കെ, ഓക്കെ. ആൾറെഡി പറഞ്ഞു, നല്ല സ്പീഡാട്ടോ. ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാം ലെവലിനെക്കാട്ടും നല്ല സ്പീഡായിട്ടാണ് തോന്നുന്നത്. ഐശ്വര്യ യു ആണ് ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്, കൺകൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന. അപ്പൊ ഐശ്വര്യയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ പാട്ട്. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ഈ പാട്ട് എനിക്ക് വന്നത് ഐശ്വര്യ കേട്ടോ, അനാമികയുടെ പേരിൽ എനിക്ക് ഐശ്വര്യ യു ആണ് ആദ്യം വന്നത്. അത് ഈ പ്രണവ്, പിന്നെ ആർച്ച, പിന്നെ അഭിരാമി, അങ്ങനെ കുറെ പേര് കഴിച്ചാണ് എനിക്ക് വന്നത്. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, ബെറ്റർ ലക്ക് നെക്സ്റ്റ് ടൈം. ആരാണ്? അനാമിക. അപ്പം ഐശ്വര്യക്ക് വേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ ഈ പാട്ട് ഡെഡിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. അതാണ് ഐശ്വര്യക്കുള്ള ഗിഫ്റ്റ്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ഇനി നോക്കി അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ടിന്റെ ക്ലൂ തരാം. അപ്പൊ അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ട് അനാമിയുടെ ഫാൻസ് എല്ലാം കമന്റ് ബോക്സ് നിറയ്ക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ടെങ്കിൽ ക്ലൂ തരാം. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ഇതും കുറെ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച. ആദ്യം മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കുന്ന ആർച്ച വരദരാജ്. അപ്പൊ ആർച്ചയാണ് എനിക്ക് ആദ്യം കാണുന്ന കമന്റ്. അപ്പൊ ആർച്ചയാണ് ഇതിനകത്ത് വിന്നർ, ആർച്ച. പിന്നെ നൈസ, പിന്നെ Shinu, Manu, Pranav, Jay, Niranjan, Navaneed. ഇവരെല്ലാവരെയാണ് താഴെ വന്നേക്കുന്ന ആൻസേഴ്സ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ പാട്ട് ആർച്ചയ്ക്കുള്ള ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ആണ് ഈ പാട്ട്. താഴെ അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ടിലേക്ക് പോവാം. അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ട് ടൈറ്റാനിക് അല്ല, അതിന്മേലെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, 3 പേര് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത് രണ്ടുമല്ല. എനിക്കൊരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യാം, അതിന്റെ അനുവലിലെ വീട്ടിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് ഷിനു മനു, പുതുവെള്ള ആൻസർ. അപ്പൊ ഷിനു മനു ആണ് നമ്മുടെ ആൻസർ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. നേരത്തെ ആദ്യത്തെ 4 ആൻസർ തെറ്റാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഷിനു മനുവിന് വേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ പാട്ട് ഡെഡിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. Okay. Message റോജ പാട്ട് നമ്മൾ പാടിയായിരുന്നു. പി ചന്ദ്രിക. ഇതില് മലയാളീസ് ഇല്ലാത്ത ഓഡിയൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ? കമന്റ് ചെയ്യണം. മലയാളീസ് തന്നെ കമന്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ഏതൊക്കെ ഭാഷ അറിയാവുന്നവരാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് അവരുടെ പാട്ടുകൊണ്ട് നോക്കാം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ ചുമ്മാ മലയാളം പാട്ട് മാത്രം നോക്കിയിരുന്ന് ഇതിനെ സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എവിടൊക്കെ ഏതൊക്കെ സിനിമ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹിന്ദി, തമിഴ്, തെലുങ്ക് ഈ നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഈ പുതുവെള്ളമഴ പാടിയപ്പോൾ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇനി അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ട് എന്താ തരുന്നത്? ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യും, അടുത്ത പാട്ട് പാടിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആരാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഓക്കെ, ആരാണ് ആ പാട്ട് പാടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ പറയണം. മലയാളം സോങ് ആണ്. രണ്ടുപേരുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ രണ്ടുപേരും ആരാണ്, മെയിൽ ഫീമെയിൽ ഉണ്ട്, രണ്ടുപേരും ആരാണ് പറയണം. ഇതിനകത്ത് കുറെ പേര് കമന്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. എം ജി ആണ് ചിത്ര ചേച്ചി തെറ്റാണ്, എം ജി ശ്രീകുമാറാണ് ചിത്ര തെറ്റാണ്, ശ്രീഹരിയൻ സുജാത ആൻഡ് എം ജി ശ്രീകുമാർ അതായിരുന്നു കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ. അപ്പൊ ശ്രീഹരി എന്നാണ് കറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞത്. അതിനുശേഷം കുറെ പേര് കറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ആൻസർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. തെലുങ്ക് ഫാൻസ്, അല്ലു അർജുൻ ഫാൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ തെലുങ്ക് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടൊരു പാട്ട് വേണം. ഓക്കെ, ടൈറ്റാനിക് വായിക്കാൻ കുറെ പേര് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്ന സമയമാണ്. ടൈറ്റാനിക് ഡി. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ അടുത്തൊരു പാട്ടിന്റെ ഒരു വായിക്കാം. ആ ഒരു പാട്ടിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ബിറ്റ് വായിക്കാം. അത് നമ്മുടെ കീബോർഡ് ജിസ്റ്റി വായിക്കും. അപ്പൊ ആ പാട്ട് ഏതാണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ കമന്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ഓക്കെ, വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സുമയ്യ K-Shtc ആദ്യമായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. വേറെ പാട്ടാണ്. അതിനുശേഷം പ്രണവ് ജയർ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത് രണ്ടുപേരാണ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ആ പാട്ട് പാടാം. പേഴ്സണൽ മെസ്സേജ് ഒക്കെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് കണ്ടില്ല. ടൈം ആയെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾ
Hello, Anand. I'm extremely sorry to say, but we have to wrap it up right now. If I didn't get the credit for guessing the song, I would like to thank you. So sorry, participants. I know all of you are pissed with me right now, but we have to wrap it up. We are running on a timer. So we have come to the end of a roller coaster of ride with thought-provoking conversations and engaging discussions. But it's time to say bid goodbye and until next time. So I invite Mr. Midun, Secretary of IEEE Kerala Section site, to end this occasion on an official note.
Most valued and honorable invited guests, Ms. Sarada Jagakrishnan, Ms. Sambat Kumar, Mr. Deepak Mathur, Ms. Jing Dong, Dr. Suresh Nair, Mr. Amna Raja, Mr. R. Ango, Mr. Togo Herbert, Mr. Sarina Pillai, Mr. Anish Rajiv, and my fellow IEEE as non-IEEE enthusiasts. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of IEEE sections, IEEE Link, IEEE Kerala, and the entire IEEE Kerala section, let me call attention to here together to extend very high vote of thanks to all invited speakers, panelists, and listeners for gracing us with your knowledge and sharing with us your thoughts and opinions today. A big thank you to all our invited guests for their efforts toward enlightening us on the purposes and contributions of the section on various domains, technology, and humanity. I also extended my sincere gratitude to IEEE Link and professionals for their enormous cooperation and help in this event. And I extend my thanks to and technical team, design team, Shankar sir, and sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Midun, but we are unable to listen, hear you. So let me take it over from there. Thank you so much. Most valued and honorable invited guests, Ms. Sarada Jagakrishnan, Mr. Sampat Kumar, Mr. Deepak Mathur, Dr. Jing Dong, Dr. Suresh Nair, Mr. Amarnath Raja, Mr. R. Elango, Mr. Lawanga Herbert, Mr. Shabrinath Pillai, Mr. Anish Rajiv, and my fellow IEEE as well as non-IEEE enthusiasts. It's my privilege to propose a word of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of IEEE Kerala Section site, IEEE Link, and IEEE Young Professionals, Kerala Young Professionals, and the entire IEEE Kerala Section team, let me call it fraternity of here together to extend a hearty vote of thanks to all the invited speakers, panelists, presenters, and for gracing us with all of your knowledge and vast experiences and sharing with us your thoughts and opinions today as well as yesterday. I also wish a big thank you to all our invited guests for their efforts towards enlightening us on the purposes and contribution of section on various domains of technology and humanity. I also extend my sincere gratitude to Anunand and team. I'm sorry, I don't know if they're still in the session. I still extend my sincere thank you to Anunand and team. That was some great musical therapy by an amazing budding artist and multi-instrumentalist, Mr. Anunand, with his flute, and his friend, Mr. Justin, with his keyboard. And thank you so much, guys, if you guys are here. And most importantly, I extend my sincere gratitude to IEEE Link and IEEE Kerala Young Professionals for their enormous cooperation and help in this event. I would like to mention our section Electronics Communications Coordinator, Mr. Alan Matthew, and for coordinating with Mr. Gerald for helping us coordinate into the IEEE TV and live telecast the same. I also would like to extend my sincere gratitude over to the technical team, the technical team for smoothly running the show for the 2 days. And once again, a big thank you to the design team, and most importantly, a big thank you to all the SBs who joined hands together with their wonderful initiatives and wonderful ideas to reach out about students at Humanitarian Technology Conference to all their peer circles and friends around India, as well as international participants we have had, as we know. And last but not the least, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Jaikrishnan MC, the chairperson of IEEE Kerala Section site, and Mr. Shankar Jairaj, the Student Activities Chair of IEEE Link, for their mentoring and guidance for the past 1 month. And also, once again, we thank all the participants who stayed with us throughout this 2-day conference and made it a great success. With that, this is Anamika Pishade signing off. Until next time.